and gentlemen, I would like to recognize our PVCs who are with us, PVC Moyana and PVC Boa, who are with us this morning. I also want to, I'm seeing my Dean of Science, and other deans. You have to pay your rent. You have to pay your rent. I know there are members of council. I've also seen members of council in here. Yes, I've seen one. Right, today is our last day where we have presentations, but tomorrow we still have exhibitions. We'll continue to tomorrow. So we were supposed to have started at 8:45, but we'll start now, and I am sure the presenter is going to bless us with a bit of speed so that we can also just catch up on time. At this juncture, I'm going to call upon the chairperson of this session, Professor Stolnian.
This is the last keynote address this morning. This will be given by Ms. Tankomo, who is the acting director of the Intellectual Property Rights Legal Support Unit within the Faculty of Law. He will speak on the role of intellectual property rights in innovation systems. Mr. Tankomo, please.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and all protocols observed. The subject that we are going to discuss is something that is very close to my heart. But just to give us something to think about as I go through this presentation, Ghana got independence from the same colonial master in the same year with South Korea and Malaysia. Ghana remains a third world country. Malaysia has declared that by 2020 it will be a first world country. The first rubber plants to be ever grown in Malaysia came from Ghana. Ghana continues to be one of the largest producers of raw rubber, while Malaysia is the world's leading producer of processed rubber products. Something to think about. So my presentation is on the role of intellectual property in national innovation systems. And the outline will be as reflected. But I just want us to pause a little bit and think in terms of the introduction of this subject. The World Intellectual Property Organization publishes on an annual basis the Global Innovation Index. And it shows how countries are doing on the innovation platform on a continuous basis. And Zimbabwe is ranked for the 2019 Global Innovation Index at number 122 out of 129. Countries that have done well in terms of the innovation index, you have one dominant characteristic, and that is they have strong, robust, effective intellectual property systems that allows them to leverage on intellectual property and intellectual property rights to enhance higher and tertiary education and research and development. A good example is China. Currently, China is running on a national intellectual property implementation strategy 2014 to 2020. And it is focused on higher and tertiary education, science and technology development, research and development. Zimbabwe, on the other hand, has a decent intellectual property framework, but somehow tertiary institutions, and the University of Zimbabwe is the mother of the tertiary institutions in this country, seem to be waiting for somebody to take a lead in the innovation discourse. But in what context are we having this discussion? So we have Vision 2030. And anchoring Vision 2030 is industrialization. And if industrialization is to be achieved, then innovation has to play a critical role. That's at a national level. But at a sector level, in the ministry, the parent ministry, there is the Education 5.0, which is a paradigm shift from the traditional focus on research, teaching, and community service, where we are adding innovation for industrialization, or innovation and industrialization. And a few weeks ago, the Vice Chancellor of the university launched the new strategic plan for the university. Again, that is anchored on innovation for industrialization. I prefer to call it innovation for industrialization, because I believe innovation is a key ingredient for industrialization. And early this week, the head of state officially opened the UZ Innovation Hub. So what does that say? The infrastructure is there. The policy framework is there. What next? So let's just demystify intellectual property. In my interactions with many people, they think it's some obscure subject. It's the simplest of subjects that you can ever encounter. Creations of the human mind. When I was sitting and reflecting on this address, I divided the university into the University of the North, the Midway University, and the University of the South. The humanities are in the North, the sciences are in the middle, and the health sciences are in the South. But from the North right to the South, there are creations of the mind that we produce on a very regular basis. Would you appreciate that the lecture notes that you prepare are actually intellectual property? The lectures that you deliver, they are intellectual property. The research outputs that we generate is intellectual property. The dissertations that our students write is intellectual property. Their research projects that they develop in practical studies are intellectual property. But have we ever taken a moment to sit back and think how we can leverage on the knowledge assets that we create as an institution, for the benefit of the institution, but also for the benefit of the researchers, be they students or faculty? So this is basically what I was trying to explain. But to simplify it, intellectual property canvasses issues of copyright, which is any creation in the literary and artistic space. It encompasses patents, which are inventions or solutions to technical problems. It encompasses trademarks, which are business identifiers, your logos, your catchphrases, your bylines, and so forth. It includes industrial designs, the shape or configuration of products. We also have utility models, which are also known as patents, geographical indications, integrated circuits, plant varieties, trade secrets, confidential information, traditional knowledge, and traditional cultural expressions. This then vindicates my earlier assertion that from the north right to the south, we create intellectual property. What we create has value, but where is the value going? Are we benefiting as an institution from the creations of our intellect? Once we have created intellectual property, there are intellectual property rights that the law gives to creators of intellectual property. And the nature of these rights is such that they are exclusive. They give the creator the right to prevent unauthorized exploitation of your creative works. You prevent any other person from utilizing your creations without your knowledge, without your approval, and except on your terms. But how many times you have intellectual property generated by the university at the cost of the university being appropriated and misappropriated, and the university has not benefited a cent out of it? The intellectual property rights incentivize the creation of new, better, improved products because of the exclusivity that gives you a market advantage. That is in the event that you decide to commercially exploit your creations. So innovation, basically it's the process of bringing new products or new processes or new services to the market. But this starts from the conception of ideas, the ideation process. And I believe that as a university, we need to look at innovation and marry it with intellectual property. Why? Because those that read newspapers would know that every other day there is a young person, an entrepreneur, who is complaining that this company stole my idea. There are students that complain that this lecturer has stolen my idea. You know, at one point I was approached by a certain group of students from this institution in my other life as a legal practitioner, and they wanted me to represent them against the university because they believed the university had stolen their idea. I obviously declared that I was conflicted being a member of staff here. But the theft of ideas is real, and it has become an albatross on the innovation agenda. So universities, and the University of Zimbabwe in particular, you have to take ownership of the innovation agenda leading to the attainment of Vision 2030. So IP and innovation. Basically, what we say is IP plays a major role. Number one, as a facilitator of innovation. I did say that intellectual property rights give you exclusivity, but that exclusivity is not absolute. It is given on condition that you disclose your knowledge assets for the benefit of the broader society. So copyright says, we give you exclusivity in the exploitation of your work, but you must publish your work so that the broader public benefits from what you have created. A patent says we give you exclusivity for a limited period of time, but on condition that you specify or disclose your invention in such a manner that a person who is skilled in the art can work the invention. And that's a gold mine for researchers. More to that, the patents law provides limitations and exceptions to patent rights. One of the critical exceptions is the research exception. So researchers can access patent documents, they can work a patent, they can experiment on it without infringing any rights, as long as they're doing it in a research context. And this is why, if you remember my opening remarks, this is why South Korea managed to build a vibrant electronics industry. When it attained independence from the same colonial master, at the same time with our brothers in Ghana. They exploited the exceptions and limitations in intellectual property law. They simply said, we are not going to protect certain inventions in our territory until such a time as we believe we are ready. That is the same approach that China has taken. Today, India is the biggest, one of the most rapidly expanding pharmaceutical countries in the world. How did they do that? When the World Trade Organization came up with the TRIPS agreement, or the agreement on trade-related aspects of intellectual property rights, there was a flexibility that was given to developing countries for a period of 10 years, from 1995 to 2005, within which they were not obliged to protect pharmaceutical patents. And India waited until the last minute to sign the TRIPS agreement. They signed it in December of 2005. Why? Because they took the time between 1995 to 2005 to make sure that they access patent information on pharmaceuticals, develop local talent, develop local capacity to generate pharmaceutical products. And right now, they are the envy of established economies in the pharmaceutical space. So in the same manner, Zimbabwe can actually exploit they can exploit patent information in the fields of technology, be it in the health sciences, pharmaceutical products, because of the relations that we have had with the Western world over the past almost 2 decades. Many people have not been protecting their patents locally. And if it is not protected in Zimbabwe, nothing stops you from copying it. We were conditioned to think that copying is wrong. Copying is wrong when it is copying of unauthorized material. But if the material is not protected in Zimbabwe, our researchers in the pharmacy department, our researchers in the vet science department should be accessing vet science patents and developing local solutions based on the state of the art. Our researchers in the agricultural faculties, they should be researching on new plant varieties based on best practice and current technology. All our faculties should actually be leveraging on intellectual property for the benefit of the nation. And in order for us to harness the opportunity, we need to look at intellectual property from a value chain point of view. What do I mean with the value chain? As a university, it's time we begin to closely look at how we create intellectual property. It is time that we begin to have deliberate strategies to promote the creation of intellectual property. How does that happen? Incentivize the researchers. Researchers would ask themselves, apart from security of tenure, what else is in it for me? If we say, let's come up with state-of-the-art innovations, and we're going to commercialize, and we're going to give shares in our spin-off companies to our researchers, then our professors become business owners. They become shareholders, and they will be incentivized to apply their energy, apply their mind, apply their expertise to the creation of new and better intellectual property. But it doesn't end there. When we have created intellectual property, like I said, there is a lot of idle, dormant intellectual property that has been created in this university. Has it been protected? Do we have patents that are registered in the name of the university? The answer is we have very few. But there are a lot of innovations and a lot of technologies that are patentable that could have been patented. When we have patented our technology or when we have protected it, how do we commercialize it? How do we unlock the commercial value of the product of our intellectual application? And how do we manage our intellectual property rights? Allow me to digress a little bit. I see all of us, or most of us, have a bottle of water in front of them. Do you want to guess how many intellectual property rights reside in this simple bottle of water? When I was last in the supermarkets, a bottle of distilled water was about $3.75. And 5,000 liters of unprocessed boiled water cost about 85 RTGS dollars when I last checked. So how many of these do you need to sell in order to buy 5,000 liters? Less than 30, right? But why is it that when it is in this, it costs $3.50? When it is bulk, it costs probably less than 50 cents, much less than 50 cents. If you look at this water, it will show you that this is water that was purified by reverse osmosis. Reverse osmosis is a scientific process that is patent eligible. So there is intellectual property that has been invested in this. But not all bottled water costs the same. The cheapest, the last time I checked, was I think $1.80. The most expensive was about $5. Why would I pick a bottle of still water that costs $5 when there's one that costs $1.50? This one has a name, and the name is a trademark. A trademark is a promise that the manufacturer makes. So when I am faced with similar products, there is a certain assurance that I get by picking this particular product as opposed to that other product. But this bottle, the shape of the bottle is protected by an industrial design. And the label is protected by copyright. The nature of the material can be protected by a patent. So this is how we can leverage, in very simple terms, on creative ideas that we exploit. Then once this bottle has so many intellectual property rights, some of them need to be registered, some of them need to be renewed, some of them just need to be enforced. You need a management strategy for your intellectual property. And finally, there are people that will always copy anything that has a potential to succeed. You therefore need to enforce your intellectual property rights. How does this fit to where we are in the research process? So at the apex of the pyramid, you have your ideas. And you have research, you have technologies, you have products. How do you protect ideas? You protect ideas through confidentiality, non-disclosure, agreements, trade secrets. When you're doing research, the university will be quoting research partners Always make sure you have collaborative research agreements that protect the creations that this particular university makes in the combined scheme of things. When you have come up with technologies, you protect them through patents, utility models, and your products, you register them as designs, trademarks, you enter into licensing and similar agreements. So, 2 ways in which intellectual property facilitates innovation. Number one is by creating access to state-of-the-art technology. Number two is by incentivizing the creators through granting them exclusivity in respect of what they have created. So, as the UZ, we have created quite a lot of things, which, like I said, all constitute intellectual property. Some of it, because we are offering community service, we dished out to the communities for free. Some of it, our research partners pegged it in their bags and they went with it. And we were left with nothing. Now, the time has come for us to really look at all our research outputs as intellectual property assets. We're not just doing things in fulfillment of the requirements of our contract of employment. It's no longer just about the tenure. It's about creating sustainability for the institution, but also for the researchers themselves. Right, this I've already mentioned. It basically is an expansion of how we can actually leverage on intellectual property for enhancement of our own research efforts as an institution. So, what we need is an effective IP framework, because most of our research partners would look at that. A few years ago, I was called by somebody from the College of Health Sciences. They wanted advice because a research partner wanted to know whether the UZ had an institutional intellectual property policy. For people from the developed world, that's a deal breaker. If you don't have an intellectual property framework as an institution, they may as well not enter into an agreement with you. Why? Because they want assurance that their investment in the collaborative research will be adequately protected. But the IP policy also provides for incentives and rewards for its researchers. And an IP portfolio contributes to the overall ranking of institutions. So gone are the days when we would be ranked on all the other criteria. Right now, because we are in a knowledge economy, people are paying attention to the intellectual property health status of the institution when they determine the ranking of that particular institution. So, I have 7 practical propositions as I finish. What we need is to create awareness on the value of intellectual property university-wide. Right now, we teach intellectual property only in the Faculty of Law and as an optional course. I've been teaching it for the past 10 or so years, and the largest class number was, I think, 60. But we can't afford to do that anymore. If everybody else in the humanities is creating intellectual property, they should get at least a basic appreciation of intellectual property. The same with the sciences, the same with the health sciences. So that's number one. Our pro-vice chancellors, that you may want to think about. How do we create awareness on the value of intellectual property on a continuous basis, both for faculty and for students? Number two, we need to review the intellectual property policy. The one that we have, I think it was drafted in 2009 or somewhere thereabout. A lot of things have happened since. One of which is the adoption of a national IP policy and implementing strategy 2018 to 2022. So we need to align our policy, but also we need to align our IP policy with the institutional strategy. We also need to mainstream intellectual property. Probably mainstreaming goes beyond awareness. So for starters, we may just create awareness, but going forward in the medium term, we should be thinking of mainstreaming intellectual property across the university. The fourth proposal is that the university conducts an intellectual property audit to determine the existing and the potential intellectual property that the university has been generating and that it has been sitting upon over the years. And linked to the review of the intellectual property policy is the development of a deliberate and elaborate intellectual property strategy as a key driver for the new university strategic plan. And we have just established in the Faculty of Law an intellectual property legal support center. And we do not have exceeding capacity, but we believe we have what it takes to start the initiative of creating capacity to utilize intellectual property. We could have a workshop of, for starters, our professors, our lecturers, our researchers on how to access patent information on patent databases. And we take it up from there. And finally, the university and researchers must be encouraged to protect, commercialize, and enforce their intellectual property rights. So, this is my conclusion and my call to action. If our ranking as a nation in the Global Innovation Index is anything to go by, and if Vision 2030 is to be attained, the UZ as the mother institution must step up to the challenge. Our work is clearly cut out. We must roll our sleeves and lead the development of a robust and effective innovation ecosystem. What research institutions in this country require is leadership. And I believe, without any bias, that the University of Zimbabwe is conveniently positioned or appropriately positioned to provide the leadership in the development of a robust and effective innovation ecosystem. Ladies and gentlemen, I thank you.
Thank you very much. Stay up here because we'll take some questions. Thank you very much, Mr. Nkomo, for that really deep-searching presentation. Many of you might not be aware, but I think we are aware that at the last Research Week in 2017, Mr. Nkomo spoke to this a similar topic. So it was backed by popular demand. So you are in demand. So let's take some comments from the floor, please. There's one over here. 2 over there. 3 over here. Dr. Panyangi, I'll be guided on the process. Okay, I'm afraid we'll have to stop here and probably comment later. But please, let's give a round of applause to Mr. Nkomo.
Well, I think we want to welcome the Honorable Minister, Professor Dr. Muwira, and we also want to welcome the Vice Chancellor, Professor Mapfumo. I'm going to call you back again, Professor Stoll Nyang, to continue. Let's continue with the questions. Let's just finish off the part which we're actually doing. Yeah. Sorry about that for reacting a bit slowly. Okay, sorry.
Thank you very much for a very erudite presentation, which has brought to the fore the realizations of our weaknesses and strengths. My major concern from the College of Health Sciences is arising from equipment issues. A number of our postgraduate students are doing research which requires equipment we do not yet have. So as a result, they go like to Cape Town, Johannesburg, and also to the American continent to finish their thesis work. But what happens is that they go there, they do the work, but because it's actually done with equipment elsewhere, there is an opportunity for those universities that house our PhD students to then claim IP property rights on our students' ideas. How do we protect our students' ideas so that no matter where they actually do carry out the research, because they can't do it here, it remains UZ Zimbabwe IP property?
There's a question over there, and then Dr. Woods over there.
Right. Thank you. I would want to thank Mr. Ngomo for such an insightful presentation. My question is on our own natural heritage. We have it on record that David Livingstone discovered Victoria Falls. Yet there were communities that were living around Victoria Falls. What disruptive measures should we take to make sure that our own heritage-based intellectual property is protected, and also the communities living around those facilities benefit? Can such information be patented to protect the benefits for the communities living around such heritage based intellectual property?
Okay. Yeah, the third one, Dr. Wood over here. Then we'll
Thank you very much for a very interesting presentation. I'm interested in the idea of, I'm from the Faculty of Agriculture, and we have a lot of honours students that come up with good ideas, and also masters and PhD students, obviously. I would be very interested if your new legal group could give presentations or a short course to those agricultural students as part of their preparation for their research, so that they understand the importance of protecting what they're doing, and that they know how to search, as you suggested, and that you do these presentations before you request us to have an audit of our research, because another request for an audit is very dry. But if we understand as lecturers the importance of what we've created, I think you'll get a much better response. I think it's very important as part of the strategic plan. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I will respond to those three issues. Starting with the one from the College of Health Sciences. What I suggest, without prescribing, is that you have collaborative research agreements that have specific provisions on intellectual property that is generated during the course of research. It might not be very practical to own all the intellectual property, but you can jointly own intellectual property with the various universities to which you second your students. Because the students are not going there empty. They are going there with ideas, which ideas will benefit even those institutions that are hosting them. So that's why we're talking about having a strategy. We sit down and we craft a strategy to say, what intellectual property are we likely to create out of this context? And how do we get our pound of flesh from the investment that we have made? So this was just to provoke thought in the direction of developing strategies that will protect our intellectual property. Then on national heritage, Zimbabwe is party to the protocol of the African Regional Intellectual Property Organization on the protection of traditional knowledge and traditional cultural expressions. So that framework of ARIPO provides for the rights of communities that benefit or that are in close proximity to national heritage sites, for example. But it extends to cultural expressions. Your Jerusalem Mambende dances, those are valuable intellectual property. And we can take a leaf from countries such as Kenya, which have actually enforced their cultural heritage. The Maasai dresses and so forth and so on. They've actually sued people from the West for expropriating their technology, or their, yes, it's technology in the communal context. But what we need again is a strategy. We just can't wake up and say, David Livingstone claimed to have discovered the Victoria Falls. We need to craft a deliberate strategy that says, what do we have? How can we recover value from the exploitation of these resources? And who are the stakeholders that we need to take into account? Then the one from agriculture, we are actually in the process of developing a series of short courses, and we'll probably prioritize, since you have made that request, agriculture, and you can liaise with the Dean of the Faculty of Law. He will give you indications of how we're proceeding.
There's a quick one over there. One more maybe, so that we can see this. Do you want to... Please, go ahead, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Nkomo, for your scintillating and very enlightening presentation. Mine is just a comment. I would want to say that going forward, and on the basis of the presentation that you have made, there is now a fundamental and urgent need for us to revisit and reconfigure the promotions ordinance, so that the pathological obsession with focusing on quantity in terms of publications for promotions becomes a thing of the past. There is an urgent need for us to then prioritize research that is patentable, research that can lead to the production of goods and services. It can't be business as usual, and I think this presentation has done the trick, so that the framework is already there, and we must be very clear in terms of who gets promoted and why that person gets promoted. It mustn't just be numbers. It must be numbers that give us goods and services. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nkomo. I'm following up on what has been asked concerning cultural heritage. Being an archaeologist and a cultural heritage expert myself, I'm also aware of the response that you have given, especially to do with the protection of traditional knowledge. But what seems to be lacking, especially for communities, is awareness on situations that they actually would be participating in giving out information that is very critical. I give an example of tourists. Some researchers actually come disguised as tourists, and when they are moving about, information is released bit by bit. You find an elder who says, do you know this plant? This does so and so and so. It treats this ailment. I don't know from your perspective as a legal expert how communities can be empowered to protect their cultural heritage, perhaps beyond the framework that you have explained, which protects traditional expressions. Thank you.
The equipment was on funding. Sometimes there's that little note at the back which says once you produce this, it's going to be public goods. We seem to overlook that in our grants. We just get excited that we've just got a grant with the funding. And again, careful as delivered. Okay. Funding from UZ.
So in terms of funding from the UZ, I think the new framework or the new strategy, insofar as it projects innovation and industrialization, it has to relook at those kind of clauses, Prof, whereby if we are to industrialize, the university must create spin-off companies. That is how Silicon Valley actually was established. And a recent phenomenon is the Dubai Silicon Oasis, where from the University of Dubai, they are spinning off companies out of the research outputs, and they then get people that invest, investment partners that then fund and roll out these programs. So we also need to relook at our funding framework. The theme for this year is very compelling insofar as it speaks of demand-driven research. So we must create an appetite out in the industry there. And industry comes in and they sponsor our research, they take up our research output, they help in the commercialization of our innovations and our inventions. So it's a paradigm. We have shifted the paradigm, and everything else that attaches to what we are doing must also shift. That's my quick response to that. Regarding what our colleague on this side mentioned, communities can be helped when they get organized. Since we are researchers, I will challenge us to go and look at the Woodia, HOODIA case study from South Africa, where tourists, like you correctly mentioned, came in as, and they were given a tour of the desert. The tour guide would occasionally bend over, pull up a root, chew it casually as he went along. They offered food, he says, I'm okay. And when they were sitting over dinner, they say, but how does this happen? He says, when I chew this thing, I don't get hungry. And the biggest threat in the Western world is obesity. And they took the plant, did a chemical analysis of it, and they made an anti-obesity drug out of that. And it's a $1 billion industry. But the South African government then stepped up and said, you know what? This is our traditional knowledge. You cannot benefit from our traditional knowledge without giving us a slice of the pie. And they organized the communities, they registered them, and they are demanding royalties on every cell of the Woodia plant that is made, of the Woodia drug that is made from the traditional knowledge. I think that would be an answer. That was just a comment.
A comment.
Yeah, and I totally agree with my colleague that I think it can't be business as usual.
Okay. So with that, we'll bring this session to a close and proceed with everything else. Please give that team a round of applause. Demand again. Thank you very much.
Another round of applause for our chairperson and our presenter. Thank you very much. And I think the challenge has really been, or the opportunity has really been presented to us. I heard that Faculty of Agriculture has already taken that up. I think all faculties should really queue for us to actually go ahead and ensure that whilst we still have the opportunity, we go ahead and put our plan together. At this moment, I am going to call upon our UZ Ensemble. UZ Ensemble, can you come and give us a couple of pieces whilst we open up our minds for the next session? UZ Ensemble.
song the song is entitled Still by a band called Liquid Deep from South Africa. This is how it goes. Baby, I will be right there. Let them say what they have to say. Darling, I really don't care. All my love is here for you. You don't have to search very far. There is no one else like you. It's the reason why I will love you till time stands still. I will love you, stand still. Oh, I will love you, time stands still. Right? I will love you, time stands still. I will love you. Through the sun, through the rain. Girl, I'll be right here. There is no one else like you, baby, in the whole wide world. My love, here's And those that don't face them go through life with brave faces, never turning to face those in trouble so he can give them a helping hand. Meet my sister Melissa. At 13, she watched her father hit her mother with his brick of a fist, clench her neck and squeeze. As she came to the brisk, she clutched his wrist, but to no avail. She died at the hands of the beast. Melissa could almost swear she could see the spirit of her mother seep through the seam in the ceiling. She didn't cry. Her tears were held back like the Kariba Dam holds back the floods. And when we see her, we don't know what she's been through. Then her uncle came to take her in, but he didn't know he was a beast with claws. So behind the closed doors, the paws came to rest on her face, leaving imprints like feather road dry. She knew how to swing his hand. But we see her and we have no idea what she has been through. He made her his Anastasia. He treated her like 50 shades of incest. So he beat her up and she dragged herself for amnesia every time she was in pain. But we passed by her and we don't know what she has been through. But she is a representation of every single one of us. She is a representation of every woman that's ever been raped, of every man that's been molested, of everyone that has ever cried at the hands of a merciless relative, everyone who has suffered at the hands of a merciless older generation, even younger, a robber, a thug, a politician. We've all at some point in life fell into misfortune. So when you see another down in the dumps, be the good Samaritan, lend a helping hand, because you never know when you will need us. And so we say, Ivaini Sumari Baba, help us to see the need in others and to be the helping hand. Because when she broke like glass, spattered her remains across the floor like savanna grass. When she broke, she baked herself into a cake. Turns out she can have your cake and eat it too, because she ate away all the pain, hoping she could be white enough to cover the emptiness in her heart. But she couldn't. But we can, together, as one Zimbabweans. Thank you so much, Baba. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Uzet Nsembo. Another round of applause for the young people. They've been with us since Monday and they've been producing tremendous stuff. The launch of the UZ Innovation Hub is already on online. If you go to YouTube and you look for UZ Television, you look for the channel UZ Television, you actually go ahead and see, amongst other things, the launch of the Innovation Hub, which was done by His Excellency on Monday. And I was actually just looking at it this morning. I wasn't listening to myself. I was just skipping those parts. They really sounded amazing as I was listening to them on a Friday after doing their thing on a Monday. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Please continue with the good work. We are now moving to the second part of our program today. For us to move to that second part of our program, I'm going to first of all call upon our Vice Chancellor, Professor Paul Mafumo, to come and give us a presentation on concepts of the Vice Chancellor's Challenge Research. Professor Mafumo.
Director of Ceremonies, thank you very much. Our guest of honor, the Honorable Minister for Higher and Tertiary Education, Science and Technology Development, Professor Dr. Amon Mavuya. the Vice Chairman, the Vice Chair of the University of Zimbabwe Council, Mrs. Susan Muzite, members of the University Council here present, the Pro-Vice Chancellor for Academic Affairs, University of Zimbabwe, the Pro-Vice Chancellor for Strategic Partnerships and Industrialization, Professor Charles Mboa, the Executive Director for Research and Innovation for the University of Zimbabwe, Professor Mtamba Mengwe, the Executive Director for Quality Assurance and Professional Development, Professor Ajganda, the Registrar of the University of Zimbabwe, Dr. Mtongoren, the Librarian, Dr. Chikonzo, the BESA in absentia, Deans of Faculties, Directors of Institutes, Chairpersons of Departments, our esteemed professors, our invited guests, captains of industry and commerce, senior government officials here present, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here to present and give the concept of the University of Zimbabwe Vice Chancellor's Challenge Research Fund, which we have the honor to have our guest of honor, the Honorable Minister for Tertiary Education, Science and Technology Development, to launch. This has been a very hectic and packed week for the University of Zimbabwe, but a very pleasing and rewarding week for the University of Zimbabwe, the University of Zimbabwe Research Week 2019. We know that the university, through the strategic plan, is undergoing transformation. And I think this week demonstrates that we have indeed embarked on a transformational path. If we start by seeing the honor we had of having His Excellency the President of the Republic of Zimbabwe and Chancellor of this university, Comrade Dr. E.D. Mnangagwa, coming to launch, to officially open the Innovation Hub for the university, to launch the strategic plan of the university. I think it was such a great honor and historic in many ways for the university and for the nation. So one of the key questions that comes to mind is that how are they going to operationalize this Innovation Hub? How are they going to speak to the modernization and industrialization of the country? How is the University of Zimbabwe going to earnestly roll out its strategy? And like I said, we already in the process, we're rolling out the strategy. Maybe before you realized you were rolling out the strategy. That's why it is a strategy. The vision for the strategic plan is that the University of Zimbabwe should provide leadership. I think I want that word. The University of Zimbabwe should provide leadership. The rest flows, but it is about the leadership we provide. If we are not providing leadership, we are not on the cutting edge. The edge that cuts opens new frontiers, opens new opportunities, opens new ways of doing things. So what we list in our mission is in line with us having the cutting edge and therefore providing the leadership. So that's my explanation of the mission without having to read it. So we all know that our motivation really is where the country wants to go. And our motivation has been that the government, through His Excellency, and our parent Ministry of Higher Tertiary Education, Science and Technology Development, have developed an inspiring framework of Education 5.0. And that is not by coincidence. This is by way of being consistent to pursue and ensure that we finish what we started, which is to modernize and industrialize this country. So things will only stop the current thrust when the country is industrialized and modernized. So I think we want to get into that mode. So this means that the Education 5.0 will enable the higher tertiary education ecosystem to deliver the desired goods and services. Some may call it prioritized, some may call it desired, some may call it demand-driven, some may call it what. But I think it is about linking what people want and what we can deliver. Remember, we can deliver a lot of things, useful and useless ones. So whether we've been delivering useless things or useful things, usually you don't ask esteemed people to say, were you delivering useless? Were you delivering useful? We know that people were delivering. So as we are busy constructing and designing to deliver usefulness, there could be some who are busy constructing and designing uselessness. And I think if we look around, if we hear, if we read, we will be able to see what we are designing. But as the University of Zimbabwe, both students and staff, we want to be designing and delivering usefulness. So I think I want people to mark that as a university community. That's why we have had the honor of having His Excellency come here, the honorable ministers come here, our esteemed captains of industry and commerce come here. Why? Because they really believe we are delivering usefulness. If it was uselessness, I think we wouldn't see them. So this is the background against which we are putting a new feather that says the university needs to mobilize resources. The university needs to give all the partners, public, private, the confidence that you can put money in our pot, it will deliver usefulness. You will like what you have invested in. You will get your returns. I said when I went to school, people were selling maize, were selling cattle, were selling this and so on. They were not trying to get to this narrative that you give us in humanities, that people are so independent, they are they do what they want, don't interfere with what your children do. No, I don't think that's what they were saying. They were saying they were investing in us so that we go back to them and lift them up. At least that's what I was told. So I know what I was told when I was sent to school. So we are not, I have what do you call them, Ango, Babangu, my dad's brother, or my father's brother, who says, do you know why I like you? You went to school, but unakunodzidza kuramba. So it stuck into me. In turn, that feedback inspired me. So do we really generate people, educated ones, who have gone to school get educated so that they can escape from the nation's challenges. So that they are now the better lenses. They can see the escape routes. Now they can manipulate. Then they can run away. I don't want the University of Zimbabwe graduates to do that. I think I want them to get armed, get back, and say, what is it that's troubling you? And then these investors, we used to call them parents, but these are investors, serious investors, right? They can then say, our son is there, our daughter is there. Vasikana vakadzoka. You understand what I'm saying? Right. Which means they will at least be able to address one or two problems. So what more if these Vasikana are 5? They can decimate the problems. So what happens if you go back then and say, you know, now it doesn't concern me, you know, myself I'm busy, I have to go. I think you can, I think see what you can do for yourselves. What are we saying? So it is in that context that I'm proposing the University of Zimbabwe Challenge Research Fund. That's why the word challenge is there. It is supposed to be an intricate challenge, intractable challenge. The ones that are really the hardest, the ones that are really well ramified into our system. Because it's us who have gone to school, the professors, who are able to see the complexity, to see the ramifications, to see the roots that the common eye doesn't see. When you see people fighting, it is the professor who should sit down and say, but why are they fighting? What is the bottom line? Then we address that root. It is not for the professor to say, what are you saying? Right? I used to go home and find people gathering, and I always had this heart to help. And when they gather, you get to them and they say, Sekuru, so what do we do? Then they say, sorry to say in Shona, muzukuru tatoshayiwa hatina kana nimwezano ratinaro. Tapererwa zvokuti hameno munongoonawo kuti mungaita sei. That says we've run out of ideas. We don't even know where to start. Maybe since you have come, you can just see what you can do. They've resigned, essentially. Do you understand what I'm saying? Such is our communities. Now if I'm a professor and I also join them, then the nation is gone. That's when we are supposed to show that we are professorial. Professor is not just a word. So that is then the objective of this challenge fund. It's not a scholarship. Scholarships are there. It's supposed to make us have the lens, discuss with these professors, discuss with government, discuss with our people, and say, what is it that's really the bottom line for our problem? Our problems on campus, our problems as a nation, our problems on the globe, because we're part to the globe. What is our end point? So we can then begin to assemble teams, challenge our students. Today's students, if you go across the world, they're not busy sitting down complaining and talking village politics and so on and so on. No. They rise above that. They're talking about things that we didn't imagine would happen that are now happening. If the student I have groomed equals me, there's a problem. Because I've given them my shoulders to stand on. How do they then attain the same height? So any student who resembles that they are of the same height with me in terms of intellectual capacity, they are not likely to deliver usefulness to a higher extent. They should exceed. And that's why we believe in young people. And that's the front that they should attack. So, in different ways, I think I've explained the purpose. I'm not usually good at reading what I have written. Because we don't stop thinking. So, overall, we want to bring then, people can even help me coin a data objective from what I've said. Given your capacity here, you articulate much better than me. So give us your proposal on what the data objective should be. Because you've heard the context of it. We want to bring ourselves together so that we make those teams that can address the challenges. And once we do that, we say it's a challenge that they are attacking, and they can get funding from that challenge fund. And this is where, with confidence, industry can come and say, we want to address waste problem. We want to address climate change problems. We want to address health problems. They can put money in that pot. Because that's where, at the higher level in the institution, we can really attack the root. In the departments and faculties, we will be attacking these veins, these nerves, these whatever, that leads to that central nervous system, if you say, to the heart of it, if it's circulation, maybe. But what we are saying is, we would then be able to come together to a much higher level solution. That is what the nation wants. Remember, government ministries implement, set policy, provide the environment. And what do they believe in? They believe that we are able to tackle, we operationalize things. But the problem is sometimes we want to be also here setting policy. Then there's a contradiction. So the objective number one would be that we would be able to then bring together, you know, we said faculties should have and departments should have research groups. The overarching in terms of us identifying that now there's this, if you combine these 3-4 faculties, they can deliver really national good. We can draw from that fund. This should go to the innovation hub. Then the faculty says, but that's what we didn't anticipate when we started. We didn't know it would get that far. So obviously they won't be prepared for it. It is that challenge fund that should fund that. So you can say the Vice Chancellor has approved a grant for us to take this further. An executive in the university, the Vice Chancellor Strategic Partnerships and Industrialization, they carve in an area and agree with the industry that this can be done. You should be able to come back and say, I think if we can borrow from your port, I think you can support us to do this. I think this is a useful connection. And if it's bigger than us, we appeal to government. We appeal to industry. We appeal to whoever and say, can you drop us some funds? Because we want to tackle this. People fund ideas. They don't fund faces. And I think it's important for the institution to realize that. Somewhere, there were tensions in the country. Someone came to me and said, Zimbabwe is under sanctions, but you still receive funding. Why is it like that? Legitimate question. Bordering on saying, are you selling out or are you? So being a professor, I understood the dimensions of the question. But then my answer was very simple. Because I simply said, I'm trying to use my brains to bring diaspora home. I'm just selling ideas to do things here. So I didn't see the need to go out to chase the money. I wanted the money to chase the ideas that we put down. So as the University of Zimbabwe, if we put ideas down well, money will chase us. So, like I said, I don't know if you want to read what I put on the board because it's like reading on behalf of people, and some are faster readers than yourself. So basically, we want to be, maybe I will point out number 4 and say, well, the third one is important. We want to challenge students and staff to self-organize into multidisciplinary teams that develop relevant projects and innovations that benefit society. As long as you are still thinking that you can do a project as one, as a genius. You know, there's no term like genius in development. Because everybody is a genius. There's a term like team, consortium, group of people who bring those brilliant ideas. When they were playing music, each one of them is a very brilliant instrument player. Do you understand the point? And each one of them can sing. But inevitably, doesn't matter what Norwambira Zakadi. You have to ask some small sister and say, come and say, you have started building teams. That's what we want to hear. We don't want to hear I. We want to hear we. There's no idea that's too small. Whether coming from a student or coming from your daughter or son at home. Sometimes you don't tell us that it's my son who proposed. Right? But we get it from so many people. Even a passerby just says, Professor, yeah, your thing is right, but I think if you tie your shoelaces. Yeah, that's But when I come here, don't say someone told me with that. Then the fourth one is about promote advances in technology development and innovation by distinct university researchers, including postgraduate students. Here I specifically mentioned postgraduate students. You know, MPhil and DPhil students were supposed to provide solid building blocks for development. That's what was the idea when this whole concept of PhD started in Germany. It was about residence. People who were prepared to stay longer. That's why we say doctors to our medical physicians. They stay longer. Am I right, Mr. Samton? You stay longer in the institution. Otherwise, ideally, they can do 3 years and they have a BSc like anybody else. But they have to do those clinicals and make sure that when they come out, you know, humans don't want to die. That's why we are taking over the planet, right? So it is that residence that promoted that. But the Germans turn that around and say, we want an idea of a thesis. What is it that forms the building block that make you then philosophical? It is the philosophy that builds. That's why we say master of philosophy, doctor of philosophy. It is the philosophy that builds. Because it is the one that demands skills. Then the United States took over like they do best. Accelerate it, transform it, use it in a bigger way. But Germany didn't lose either. So that's what we want to see. We want our distinct people to see that they have. That's why I mentioned postgraduate. If we don't have postgraduates, we're a dead university. Then we want to see also our presence on the international platform. And that's in line with our internationalization. But how would we appear on that space if we are distinguished? If we have things to offer? We just don't go there to attend. People will not fund you to go and attend, to go and listen. That's 3.0. So people have told me that for my class, I just want, I just want a taught PhD. I just get there, sit, and they tell me what to do and so on, and I finish, and I graduate. They say, PhD, I did this in a talk. So there's not taught PhD. Forget it. These are specialized master's level courses that ground a PhD student before they embark on their areas of specialization. When you do those courses, in fact, you have not started. You are being grounded. If they found you that they cannot ground you, then they don't register you. I hope I'm trying to make people converge in your thinking about what is a PhD. But anyway, that will be a PhD at UZ for avoidance of doubt. So, then lastly is to provide seed funding for projects and initiatives that offer scope for national development. It is the job of this university to say, We want to develop a program that the country should run. We are proposing a program that will address the challenge 1, 2, 3. And I'm sure the government will be very happy, the Honorable Minister is here, if we say, this is what we have that we think can address problem A and problem B. It's up to government then to operationalize it. If you are useful, which means relevant, they will take it and run it. Don't follow them and say, this is my project. Then we are back to I. It's we. It's national. It's really an industry. This is why people in America will not follow and tell you who did this up. They will say it much later when they are now rich. Because universities will be sitting there like they don't know, but they will be collecting money from what companies are doing. You never realize that these companies that you are working with here are linked to some universities elsewhere. You think they are just companies. So I raised my case. I think I will then talk about what is, largely I've spoken to the benefits, which is my last slide. It means that we will then have the better capacity to co-innovate, co-create, and co-develop solutions. Once we have that capacity as a university, we will be seamless then. Don't worry about we in the Faculty of Health, and give yourselves names and this and that and that. People try to even change names of degrees, trying to make them attractive, but they didn't get attractive. So you can even also change the names of yourselves. But what matters is your content. So I think that's what we're trying to do. Then we also think that the benefit also would be in making ourselves visible and relevant in the development space. Thank you very much. Okay, thanks. I'm going to my next assignment by the Director of Ceremonies to introduce our guest of honor. Our guest of honor is our Honorable Minister of Higher and Tertiary Education, Science and Technology Development, Professor Dr. Amon Mawira. I know you from this university, you know him, but I will still, for this purpose, officially introduce him. Professor Mawira is a full professor in aerospace Earth observation, satellite remote sensing, geographic information science, and global satellite navigation systems, unmanned aerial vehicle or drone technologies, you know it, applications, and geospatial intelligence with more than 20 years of experience. He has a PhD in geoinformation science and satellite Earth observation from Wageningen University and International Institute for Geoinformation Science and Earth Observation, ITC, in the Netherlands. And his PhD thesis scored among the top 10 in Europe upon graduation. And I think this is no mean feat, and I think we mention it should inspire our students, it should inspire our scholars. And if we Google people usually we see the evidence of where do they stand in the community of practice. So we should be proud. Professor Mugula has been a board member of key institutions such as the Research Council of Zimbabwe, the Civil Aviation Authority of Zimbabwe, and is vice chairman for at the Civil Aviation Authority of Zimbabwe, and Forest Commission is chairman, Minerals Marketing Corporation of Zimbabwe is a member, the Mining Promotion Corporation of Zimbabwe, and also was a member of the University of Zimbabwe Council. Under the leadership of His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Zimbabwe and Commander-in-Chief of the Zimbabwe Defense Forces, Comrade E.D. Mnangagwa, the Minister and his team in the Ministry of Higher and Tertiary Education, Science and Technology Development, he has reconfigured the ministry from a consumptive ministry to a productive ministry by implementing Education 5.0 that is heritage-based, which Education 5.0 brings us together today. Ladies and gentlemen, I therefore have the honor to introduce to you our Honorable Minister and Guest of Honor, the Minister of Higher and Tertiary Education, Science and Technology Development, Professor Dr. Herman Mugula.
Good morning, colleagues. I am very humbled to be here, and I think you are doing a great job, and we have our full support to do useful things. The chairman of the University of Zimbabwe Council, hereby represented by the vice chair, Mrs. Muzite, the Vice Chancellor of the University of Zimbabwe, Professor Paul Mapfumo, and representative of the Permanent Secretary of Higher and Tertiary Education. Don't run this presentation, it's not yet that presentation. It's not yet. A Permanent Secretary represented by Mr. Adriano here, the Chief Executive Officer of ZimChair, I hope he's here. If he's not here, but it's Professor Jimbo. I want to thank Professor Jimbo for agreeing to come back home, although he was Deputy Vice Chancellor at Ufalo University of Technology, just to contribute. He had, I think, 3 times more salary than what we are giving you, but his heart is here, and we don't take that for granted. The University of Zimbabwe Pro Vice Chancellor Academic Affairs, Professor Rosemary Moyana. University of Zimbabwe Pro Vice Chancellor Strategic Partnerships and Industrialization, Professor Charles Mbowa. Also, thank you very much for coming back home. We solve it here. We don't go anywhere. I can tell you I was here in 2007, 2008, teaching 22 courses. I'm here still. University of Zimbabwe Registrar, Dr. Mtongoreni. University Pesa is Itihamini. Dr. Chikonzo, the librarian, members of the University Senate, deans of faculties, chairpersons of departments, captains of industry, staff and colleagues of the University of Zimbabwe, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, comrades and friends. I am really very humbled to be here, which is basically my very familiar territory, although in a different capacity, but it doesn't matter at all. We've been talking about this Vice Chancellor Challenge Fund. I think this is very important. when, let me tell you one experiment that I did. Everybody would always be saying, we don't have money for this, we don't have money, we don't have money. Give them. Vape. Then you will see it's not money. When people ask for money, give them. Then you will discover the truth. So money, we will give you. We gave University of Zimbabwe money for the Innovation Hub and there's evidence. They can do. And I always believe in giving people money. Those ones who have already done something, I'll give them more. Those ones who have done nothing, I'll give them nothing. So, people have talked about the wheel, reinventing the wheel, reinventing the wheel. I want Zimbabweans, us, get rid of that term, that idea of saying don't reinvent the wheel. We want to make our own wheel. What's wrong with it? Yeah. Call it Zim wheel. It's okay. Reinvent that wheel. We want to reinvent the wheel. It's good. We cannot always be buying some people's wheels. I hope you understand what I'm trying to say. So the issue of funding and ideas, I think I like the idea that Professor Mfumo was talking about. It's about ideas. Ideas. Money comes through ideas. Tikakupa, I think even when we were doing our research, I think DPhil, MPhil research, my colleagues, I think you can still quote me when we were in LT 500 or 200. They were saying, "Nikakupa $10 billion, unotanga kufunga ere wewe usingafungi." Would you start all of a sudden being a genius? Start being a genius, going to put 10 billion. That's why most people, when they win the lottery, want to take a snabbers or take a coco yakawanda or take a chip. You understand? So supremacy of ideas is what we are talking about. And one thing that Professor Mfumo has talked about, which is extremely very important, MPhils and DPhils are the pillars for national development. You cannot be doing everything so that they can teach. That's the Education 3.0. Here we lecture. If you don't hear well, you really have to come and listen to what this guy is saying. We don't teach at university, we lecture. And we really want to support the MPhil, DPhil program in a very big way, practically. We believe they are the building blocks for innovation, and thank you for that, for saying it's about the philosophy. It's not about, I know several things, ukazodi, several, it's just scatterbrain, several. We are changing the narrative. That narrative is going to be changed to do things that matter to us. Doing things that matter to us. It doesn't matter whether you are in engineering, whether you are in arts, whether you are in social science, whether you are in law, just ask yourself, what am I doing this for? It will change your syllabus. But just ask that question. So, that's change of narrative. And I also like the issue of vatizi navagadzirisi. You know, there are people who are very good at escaping challenges. When you are actually thinking that they are the giants, they are about to solve my problems, they are the first to cry. Giants don't cry. Universities solve. So we are going to change, we are changing that narrative. I like the change of narrative. From this issue of superficiality to issues of depth. If you are not deep, it is about university. we are going to be deep doing things that matter. Nyerere said, education is not a way to escape poverty, but it is a way to fight it instead. What you learned, you must use it to get a solution. Money shall be attracted by ideas. I agree. I want to give you this simple saying. Of course, I will be making my full speech later. We could have done much better were it not because of our education. I'm not saying that for Zimbabwe. It could be for elsewhere. Every time when you see that you are not doing well, it might be because of the education. So a person says we could have done much better were it not because of our education. So the issue is, what kind of education is it that we are always pursuing? If people finish all their cattle and their goats on you, and you still come back to them for SADSA, there's something wrong with that education. The problem is not the individual, it's a whole system. Because if you find out that you are still using a colonial syllabus and expecting that syllabus to liberate you, you must be crazy. I'm just trying to be very dramatic. If you are using a design and expect different results from which are different from the designed outcome, then we must be crazy. I like the thing, everybody's a genius. That's what I think Albert Einstein said. Everybody's a genius. But if you expect a fish to climb a tree, then it will think that it's stupid for the rest of its life. It's about design. So design is very important. How we design our systems. It's also crazy to say we have very bright ideas. We have very bright ideas. But if we don't provide a mechanism for funding those ideas again, there is nothing that will happen. So ideas, and then the mechanism to support those ideas. So you would hear a person from government saying, you universities, what are you doing? I think you should just return the question, what are you also doing? So this is time to do. And it's a very serious time. If there is any opportunity, and I repeat, for an academic to shine, I think it's now. The frustrations that I was having here, I cannot start to cause them again. Then I would see. So I would not have been genuine. Say, total innovation, we're running with Rioset, we're running and so forth and so on and so on. It must continue. So I just want to say I'm the very same person. Very same, exact same. But moving forward. I would like to congratulate you, Vice Chancellor, for the University of Zimbabwe Research Week. That's very important. Very important. And the entire organizing committee and the entire university for successful hosting of this research week. I think the president made a very big statement. By just his presence, head of state coming to launch a university strategic plan. It has never happened. So, that's why I say this is the best time for any academic. It has never happened. Just look at your records, even Ian Smith, look at Garfield Todd, look whether they came to a university to launch a strategic plan. Never. So, that statement cannot be taken for granted. I'm particularly excited by your introduction of the Vice Chancellor's Challenge Fund, research fund, the first of its kind in the history of higher education in Zimbabwe. It's true. It's the first of its kind. Because when you say challenge fund, people would say, they would say block allocation. When I came here as a student, and I was a student representative of my class in that department just next night, and they were talking about block allocation, block allocation, block allocation. They would be allocated money, something like 2,000 Zimbabwe dollars. But there was no agenda. I can tell you there was no agenda. Yes. There was no agenda that was connecting to government. So, people became professors and they became frustrated because nobody would be listening to them. There's no interconnection, no knowledge at all. Very bright, but badly utilized. So you just be given. It was actually stopped. That again to block was stopped. I don't know why it was stopped, but maybe it was stopped because we had no program. You will just see what you can do with the money. So, I want really to thank you for this. We want an education that produces goods and services. Surely, if you see a person going to school and coming to demand things after that school, we were pursuing a dead-end argument in this country. And I want to repeat his words during the opening here, the Innovation Hub. Dead-end argument. Yokuti, I want a job. I want a job. Yes, you want it. If we take Mr. Mkang, we will take people who say there is a job, there are jobs at the School of Health Sciences, College of Health Sciences, there are jobs. You will find, we don't say what job it is. We just say there are jobs, right? There will be so many people, 1,000 at Parenya at the gate waiting for the job. Then you get out and you say, okay, we are looking for anybody who can do urology. You will find none. The job is there, but there's nobody to do it. You cannot say a country which has potholes has no job. We cannot say a country which is importing food does not have a job. We cannot say a country that is lacking fuel does not have a job. A country that does not have electricity does not have a job. There are jobs. It's about skill. So it's time as a nation that we begin to tell each other the truth. Atina maticha GIS, we are kune basa GIS, no shaya wakana one. For example, I'm just talking. I just want our debate to be deep. If you hear a politician or whatever say, I'll give you a job, I'll give you a job, just ask him, where, how? It's a dead-end argument. People need skills. That's what they need. When they have skills, they can do whatever they want with those skills. That's it. And when they get skills, They will do companies, you'll be surprised. I will tell you one thing that I discovered when I got to the Ministry of Higher and Tertiary Education. Do you know we are running short of wood technology lecturers at Polytechnic? Because nobody wants to do HND. After their certificate, they are already okay. They are already at Glenview doing something with their skill. We are running short of them. Because we say for a lecturer we need HND. You can't find them. Because they don't want to progress to HND. They're already carpenters. It's just a simple example. Because they are taught how to do things. Not to say I have very bright ideas and very bright and so forth. So sometimes when we brag, please let's introspect. At this moment, it's time to be humble and focused and just do the right thing. I think that's what this country needs. It now needs focused, humble people. Chichef no. The issue of knowing kuti nyika haibudiri na masaramusi. Hakuna zvakadaro. There's nothing like that. Miracles. There's no miracle. Nothing. But anyway, I have to tell you that our skills levels in natural sciences are at 3%. And our skills deficit is 97%. So it won't surprise you why so many people are looking for miracles. I'm now interpreting it from this statistic. 3%, most of the time, so miracle, there's a miracle water, miracle, this miracle, this miracle, this. So, this challenge fund to me is so important because it's looking at problems that are real, not this thing. Miracle, this, and those people with those people, if you just want to make money in this country, out of its unscientific mind, say you are a prophet. You make a lot. Because people want healing in terms of poverty from water. There's nothing like that. It's time we begin to be serious about the issues that we want to solve. A country is developed by people who founded it. Kana musingadi kuidevelop, ichatoro. It's so simple. You will have to fight another liberation war at some point. What are you waiting for? For who? Everybody who is a good sports person sweated exercising. At the end of the day, they got the crown. Why is it that only in Zimbabwe is where people want to have the highest crown for doing nothing? There's nothing like that. So, you work for the country that you founded. That's it. There are no miracles. When the toilet is dirty, clean it. Don't say I'm a professor. Clean it. You can't say the town is very dirty, but you are part of the population. I think that's the kind of language that we are now trying to encourage. To say, please, please, don't sweep because somebody's coming. Just sweep if you need to sweep because there's a scientific reason for it. We have a country where we export patients. It's now an industry of exporting patients. Because in our medicines and health sciences, our skills levels at 5%. How many Samkanges are there? How many? You just have to protect him because he's a threatened species. When we have a school of health sciences, when we have a school of geology, why should we have a threatened species of geologists when there's a teacher who must teach more? and Takwan, Bawandisa. We're too many geologists. I still remember when I was in this department. There were, I think, about 120 students, but only 4 of us were given honors. 4. And I don't believe we were the only bright people. It was bottlenecking. And if you confuse bottlenecking for quality, this country is going to go to the trains. So that's one of the traditions of Education 3.0, bottleneck. Bottleneck, no answer. And it's guarded by some associations, then they guard. They are at the door. We are the only people who can do this. We are the only people. But expand it so that you are many, so that we become a super organism. We want to build a medical city in Zimbabwe. We want to build a geological city in Zimbabwe. We want to build an engineering city in Zimbabwe. We want to be so many that we become so overwhelming with knowledge. Not that we are the only two, I'm the only mathematician, I'm the only professor, I'm the only this. It should go. Train people. That's your job, to train people. Profess. Have as many as possible. Many good ones will come out. Bad ones will just train themselves. But I did the geology, but I no longer like it. I'm now doing something else. Isn't it? They end up doing something else because there are so many opportunities of people who created so many opportunities. I think there is a problem that we have in this country. And it was brought by not changing the model, the design of our education. The design was never tampered with, but we are expecting different results. So we are churning out so many people who are looking for a job, and you ask them, job from who? Even if there is a job somewhere, who created it? Was he not or she not born of woman? So why are you not creating a job? Because of your design. You were designed to be immobilized. Designed for uselessness. So this is what we are fighting. It's not the problem with an individual. It's the problem with the system. Once you start looking at individual and shouting at them, you are shouting at a product of a system. And it's the system that you have to look at, not the person. Even when the person shouts at you, just like Jesus, you must say, I understand. Keep on shouting at me. You are a product of a poisonous system. So it's the system that we now need to re-engineer. That's why the Challenge Fund to me is a very important thing. Because we're saying, okay, you have the idea, okay, there is the money. Okay, there is the program, and we need the product. I have actually discovered we have got a lot of money for useful things. When we were doing the Innovation Hub, I remember on the 29th of December, when they said, Murwira is a 100-day project and he has proposed innovation hubs, and one of them said on Twitter, said, "Atotenda dzamwa dzaswera nebenzi." But dzakamwa man. So that's the kind of thing that we want. We want now to support each other, to surprise even ourselves. Let's surprise ourselves. We can do things. We cannot have money for curtains, nama fridge, nama TV, my offices, when we actually don't have money to do useful things. If I sell my fridge, in my TV in my office, and sponsor a student, I don't pay that degree. I pay the what you do. I want to tell you, I removed the TV from my office. And it won't come back. I said I did not come here to watch TV. And I mean it. Ndakati chipendai pamama kaita pendai. Just want to see paid. So I think it's time for sincerity. That's what we're talking about. And this challenge fund is going to be very sincere. We are going to support it. Iriko much. We are going to support it. I cannot tell how much at this moment, but watch the space as this is where I need it. We are going to support it, and it's going to have money. And today, in my second presentation, which I will do, I will tell you how much we are going to give to use it to do something useful. So we want to break new ground, just to do things that are useful to us. To do things that are useful to us. May I, in conclusion, congratulate you, Vice Chancellor, and the university once again for initiating the progressive initiative that is destined to change the face of higher education. That's all what we want, change the face of higher education. Let higher education be the driver of industry. Not make people expect an industry as if it comes from heaven or from somewhere. I want to go, but there's no industry. But you are the one who is supposed to create it. If you can't create it, there must be a problem with your education. That's why we are looking at that education. To make sure that happens. By the way, when we were building innovation hubs, we told universities to give us their plans, isn't it? So each one gave us a plan, and we built according to the plan that they gave us. So if you hear people say, at my university it's very small, it's them who proposed this small. And when they proposed a small thing, we did a small thing. Those ones who proposed the big things, thinking that maybe we will fail to deliver, we delivered. I believe focus is very important. Focus and being sincere when we do our programs is very important. And I believe that this higher education, colleagues, we are going to do extremely well. Extremely well. We are going to industrialize this country. By the way, our ministry was made the chair, cabinet chair, for innovation, science and technology development. One. Was made again the cabinet chair for human capital development, human skills, audit, and employment creation. Because the president believes that through a proper higher and tertiary education, science and technology development, everything follows. Because everyone, if you say, if people in agriculture, Ministry of Agriculture, they are not doing well, they are your products. If you say people in health, they are not doing well, they are your products. If you say people in social welfare are not doing well, they are your products. So if higher education does well, everybody will do well. It's a fact. So the way we are going to do our education now is such that we make sure with these 5, Education 5.0 means we are doing now 5 things. It means we'll be promoted using 5 things. It also means that the teaching style has to change. It also means when you are utilizing the challenge fund, how do you utilize the challenge fund when you are teaching from 8 to 8? So people say we don't have time for say when a person is doing an experiment at the innovation hub or at a workshop engineering, they will actually call you. The dean is calling you. You are wasting time for students. So when our education was not encouraging us to do things at all, it was just teaching until you are tired. I still remember when some of us were trying to do, because when I was at school, I will tell you an example. We would do 3 hours in the morning. 3 hours, lectures, 9 to 12. From 12 to midnight, it's practical. Then I saw, yeah, that's why Europe is doing very well. What is our design? Teach. They actually say, this, you must go for disciplinary hearing because we didn't find him in class, he was in the workshop. how will you develop things when you don't allocate time for research, when you don't allocate time for workshops, when you don't allocate time for this? So what we are basically saying is the teaching model has to change completely. Less talk, more doing. Because when you do, you understand much more than when you just read. When you find out that a lecturer is now saying we are running short of textbooks and they want the lecturers at the University of Alberta to write books for them so that they can teach in Zimbabwe, there's something wrong with that education system. Because we don't have books, we don't have books, we don't have books. Why don't you write yourself? So this is now a chance to write your own books, and you must be given time for it. I hope I'm saying something. The teaching style has to change. So all those people who would be singing from 8 to 8, at least you can sing for 3 hours, and then I don't know how many hours because there's academic freedom. You decide. But as we are saying is that we are doing 5 budget items in the ministry. A budget for teaching, a budget for research, a budget for community outreach and what do you call them when you go to attachments and so forth. That's contact leave. Some people just take the contact leave and they hang around. I know. Then there is innovation and then there is industrialization. When you have got 100 units of time, it must now say, how do I divide 100 units into them? It must not be a crime to say for this next month, this person is at the innovation hub, no lectures. The lectures, 25%. You know, I was also a student representative when I was at Wageningen. And they would say, no, your teaching time is 25%. Your research time is 40%. Your travel time is maybe 15 or something like that. You get it? So that's why they develop things. Because they give time to that. The whole day, the whole year. That model is so bad. That's why it has brought us where we are, where the giant is crying for food. So, Professor, I really want to thank you for this, and you have our support. A lot of it practical, introduction practical support, not political. Practical support. Money will flow to use it. And any other university that is doing well. When Chinoi did his artificial insemination program, they thought I was joking. When I said we are going to mechanize it, they said, oh, another talk. You know, those people who gave me little plans for the innovation hubs, they thought, just give them this one, it will not happen. And now they've got their little house there. And you said, gave me a very big thing. It's up there. So, but you colleagues, you know me, I mean, we are colleagues and you know that we do things. We will do them. Ipapo kanobvakaoma naipapo kwawakamira ipapo ipapo saka ukaita problem yokumira mberi kwedu ndounokwara because we do things that you never think we'll do. And it's that spirit which we always had here that we continue to have. Kuti it is possible and we will do it. And it can only be done by people. Hakuna masarams. And we will do it. It gives me now great pleasure to formally launch the University of Zimbabwe Vice Chancellor's Research Fund. We would like this to be replicated across other universities. Kanabasina Vice Chancellor's Research Fund. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. If there is no Vice Chancellor's Challenge Fund, there is no fund going there. I thank you.
Wow. When the Vice Chancellor was speaking, he made so much sense. The Minister comes, he makes so much sense. I'm not sure if I've got enough sense in me to really assimilate what has just happened here, but I think the gauntlet has been thrown. The gauntlet has been thrown. The Zimbabwean will here talk where Ziviri. I was expecting an artist to probably just beam Ziviri for us over there. Ladies and gentlemen, I think these to me are two men who just do not talk. And I think we have really been given an opportunity here as researchers, as aspiring researchers, as students, as practicing researchers to really go ahead and take the next step. I think Chichambe Chawakwatiri in this context. At this juncture, we are going to open up for meaningful remarks from the audience. Particularly, I would want to give a chance to any external audience amongst us. If we have got any people who are not directly, who are partners to use it, but are not directly use it people. But I'm really opening it up just for brief but insightful responses. Thank you. And then if we can bring the mic to, yes sir.
I just wanted to take the opportunity to congratulate the Minister and the Vice Chancellor. I remember somewhere in Ghana, in West Africa, they wanted to change post offices to commercial banks. It had taken 10 years of arguing backwards and forwards. When I walked there in 2012, there was a lot of noise. It can't be done, it can't be done, it can't be done. I said, shut up everybody. I just want 20 to pilot on Monday. They said, it cannot be done. I said, it will be done. And before the end of 6 months, we had implemented 120 branches across Ghana. All these things are possible. What we want is just the spirit of making sure that there is nothing which is impossible, provided we want to do it. The minister has been to my farm. It is a 1,016 hectare place. There is no one who walks out of there who says, I want a job and we cannot find him, because there is a lot to do. And this is much in sync with what you said. When you said people are saying there is no employment when there are millions of potholes in this country, when grass is growing everywhere, and we say there are no jobs. The jobs are there. The people just don't want to do them. We need to start thinking differently. I want to congratulate you, Vice Chancellor and Minister. When we toured as the first or as the new council of this university, the hub, I said to the Vice Chancellor, it's not possible for you to open this by December. But guess what? They shocked me. I was shocked, I was surprised when I was invited, and I came and I saw it by myself. The minister's work, the Vice Chancellor's work, the university's team, it can be done, and they did it. I could go on and on, but if this is the direction we are going, it is the better direction. Yes, why blame government when we are the epitome of excellence? As the university, we must take over the thinking and underpin all these other works with theory and make sure it happens so that we have a better country in 6 months' time. I thank you.
Thank you for those remarks. We have, yes. Mrs. Mzita.
Thank you very much for the avoidance of confusion. I took off my scarf. The Research Council of Zimbabwe is coming on record to congratulate the University of Zimbabwe for the Vice Chancellor's Challenge Research Fund. It is a first in the country. It is leading in the new trajectory and indeed bringing to life the trajectory of Education 5.0. Congratulations, University of Zimbabwe.
Do we have any other responses? Yes, I can see a hand up there. Ah, that's a very nice hand there, a student.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I will start by introducing myself. My name is Honorable Junior Councillor David Chidimile from Arasiti Junior Council. I'm an upper 6 student at Glenford One High School. Honorable Minister said.
Can you just move the mic a bit away from your mouth so that you are a bit audible? Thank you.
Okay. Honorable Minister said, I would like to congratulate you on launching this research workup. Also, congratulations to the Vice Chancellor of this university. But my question is directed to the Honorable Minister. You said you have support of real innovations, real things that should be supported from the ministry to the universities, if I must quote you. I don't know if I'm correct. But what strategy do you have as the ministry in high schools so that you can also support the students in high schools? Because remember, there's a statement that says, catch them young. We as students, as high school students, we need the support of the ministries. For example, what is this? It's a bottle, right? It's a plastic. Do you know you can get diesel from plastics? Do you know? Fine, thank you. So, what I'm trying to say, we as Glenford One High, for example, I will speak from where I'm coming from, we are making diesel from the plastics, right? But we do not have support. It seems as if, I'm not saying, but it seems as if the ministry is only supporting the tertiary education. What about the high school students also? I thank you.
Do we have any other hands? Any other hands? There is one there. Do we have any other hands so that we can identify them and we can know how far we are going? And the last one over there. So those 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Thank you.
Thank you. We in commercial research believe in fast turnout of results for commercialization with very little scope for blue sky research. So we see this opportunity which is being actually championed by this challenge here, fitting in very well with us. As the research is going, we are going to provide money also. We must now pour money into this particular research plan so that the blue line sky is so thank you very much for that.
Thank you. I'm Makon Tapiani, a student from civil engineering. Really, I should say I'm happy to be learning of this. Like, there's been a lot of negative coming to us as students, like as if there's no future. So this like opens up, like we know that there is something now which can be done, and really it is my prayer that the implementation of the innovation hub and everything be really as we are saying, so that we all engage and we get the results. I am now very positive. I know it's like I just needed some energy within me. You know that really a positive civil engineer there. Thank you very much.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Last two remarks there and there.
Okay. I want to congratulate the Vice Chancellor and the Minister for launching this very important program. I want also to take you back from 3.0 system, education system that we had. And if you go very deep into the 3.0, we find it had some policies in the government side. I still remember around 1991, there was a guy who transformed a ox-pulled plow into a motor-mobile pulled a plow. That guy was arrested. And he was ordered by the government not to produce those plows. That was 1990. I was in primary, and my heart was bleeding. Then I said, but why the government is doing this? It was because of the education system. I managed to get the result today. Well, that was the policy of that was in sync with the education system. Then we had also other problems, like we had biodiesel, we had finite engineering. It was maybe uptaken during the 3.0 system. And when it was transferred from polytechnics, for example, biodiesel from Massimo Poly and Harare Poly into finite engineering, there were some things that were not recommended by the colleges. Those guys were doing some researches that was taken up, and the program started to slow down even up to now. That's why up to now we don't have biodiesel in our market. Otherwise, if we had 5.0 education system, it was going to be 3 years down the line. Otherwise, by right now, we could have about a quarter of biodiesel of fuel in the market being taken from the biodiesel. So I want to congratulate you on that. And I also want to have a comment on the education. When I was navigating through the usage, I wanted to do my review on one of the topics. It was discovered that there are about 5 different departments which are doing a research on one thing. It was on water. Then I said, but we still have a water challenge in Zimbabwe. What are they doing to solve our water problems? I hope the Vice Chancellor, we are going to think and come up with a way concerning the water, because we need the engineering, we need the scientists, we need the health people, we need all those people to come together and have a solution for this persisting problem. And currently, on the same note, we have now have some development of what you call drug resistance in the microbes that are found in water within our environment. I understand as government, we managed to treat those people during the outbreak in previous year, but we didn't solve another problem. That's where does the drug disease come from those microbes. But we still have the people who can do that, but nothing was being done for that. And I want to comment you on that, and I hope this will go a long way. I've been also trying to come to your office. I know I've been there trying to find a solution on the same note. Of course, I had some challenge. I hope you are doing very well. But I want to commend you, and I hope you are going to move it very fast. Thank you.
Shall we have the last brief remark? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'm representing a company called iTech Business, and we are a company that really believes in innovation, and it as being a key factor in the development of our industries. I want to pose a question. I hope the Honorable Minister in some way will be able to respond. I wanted to talk about those people who are in society, for instance, those we find in Magaba there, those are serious industrialists. I don't know, with what is being launched there, how are we going to tap that skills and expertise from them? I believe that apart from the lectures themselves and the students being involved in the innovation, we also need to engage them such that the gulf between practical and learning is bridged. That is my question.
Right, thank you very much. Thank you very much for the remarks and also for the questions. If I can humbly ask the Honorable Minister to come and respond.
Yeah, okay, I will go there. Thank you very much for on the high schools. Everybody who is at university came from high school. And every teacher who is teaching in high school came from the Ministry of Higher and Tertiary Education. But I want to say that on the innovation side, on the science technology side, I attended an innovators meeting at Aripo at some point, giving support to students who are at high school doing a lot of things. So we really support, especially on the science and technology. On the education side, we support by training your teachers. But we also support by just making sure that you come to university. On the other hand, the one on civil engineering, thank you very much. Yes, there is a future. We are normally constrained by models. Models constrain us. And you understand? The other issue about the colleague who was talking about the biodiesel and so forth, 3.0 is a cage. And munoziva kuti kana ukaonekwa wakabata mbanje unosungwa zvokuti dhu. Asi iko zvinoti kuti akuda kuirima nditi knowledge ke. So I say, if you are using 3.0 was a perfect colonial education system. Perfect. And it was doing its job very well. You know what job it was doing? All universities in the metropole will be doing the complete cycle. All these Cisco steels, all these things were being researched very well at universities. But the university in Zimbabwe didn't have to do the design itself. They would say, but we can't have all workers coming from UK. Let's train people there. They would train you how to run the system, but not how to design it. The design was being done at a university somewhere. And it was perfect because a colonial system is what we call, it's an economic system. It's not a stupid system at all. It's an economic system. They know who to put there, who not to put there. Kuti uriku unekie yeimba ine nyama ndiani, anogocha ndiani, anodya ndiani, anonyimwa ndiani. So when you look at this system, because sometimes they say, you're discussing colonial. No, it's an economic system. Remove the word colonial. It was an education system that was meant to train you how to speak good English and receive instruction. How to run a system without knowing where it is coming from. How to have a big office, so huge, with a big car so that you oppress the workers and protect the industrialists. That was the thing. That's the origin of the car. I need my car. I need my guard. If you are doing well, why do you need a guard? I need my guard at my home. Why do you need to be guarded? So you understand? I'm just trying to explain a system. So you have a big office which is so big. It's like the boogeyman. How the boogeyman? Boogeyman during the slave time. There was a person who would intimidate the slaves on behalf of the master. Yeah? So our education system, that's why people say, I have a degree. No, I can't speak to you. I have a degree. So, can a degree remove from the people that gave birth to you? Then there's a problem with that education system. So Education 3.0 was such a design which made sure that you won't progress. Because if you want to make an aeroplane, they say, no, it's not allowed. If you fly, it will arrest you. And surely you will be arrested. Say, okay, I have made some medicine and I want this medicine. The time you say I've made some medicine, you will be arrested. It's a design. And have you ever thought, colleagues, about whiskey? Whiskey, balls, vodka, chikokian. Chikokian. It's only being made at what? At AFDIS. But chikokian chaicho. If we're using the same scientific principle, if you want to distill urikumba kwako mapurisa ngari pamba pako. It was protecting that alcohol industry. They made sure they would protect that alcohol, and they would use any reason. And if you are not bad, you know what happens with systems. If you are not bad, we will paint you to make sure that you are bad so that we beat you up. So the system was such that the innovation was killed. But surely AFDIS is making chikokia. It's legalized chikokia. But in order to beat the competition, you make sure that vese varikugadzira chikokia na vanofana kudi kusotwa. Vasota. But the scientific principle is the same, isn't it? So I hope I'm saying something. The education, your education was supposed to speak, teach, research, and go and to a workshop and talk about what you have researched, and you teach again what you have researched. If you try to innovate, you'll be arrested. Because no, it's outside of the term. And education, do you know these are 3 budget items? So the budget will be for research, the budget, and the research budget was actually being closed down. It will be for teaching, and even for community service, it will be closed again. They will leave you teaching, so you will be powering the whole day. Teaching the whole day. It's a model. And the policies are guarded there using a law. If you break it, you'll be imprisoned. Or I hope I'm saying something. So it's a cage. And that cage, you know, when we were saying innovation hub, and the Vice Chancellor said it and I repeated it, kuti shumba zapaza zvinore. It means that we have seen it and we have seen an opening and we are out of that cage. 3.0 is an evil cage. It was not funda. Because you are not allowed to do anything else even if you know it. You know you can make diesel. You know it. But if you try to make one, we'll even arrest you. You know Kutimbanje has medicinal characteristics. If we see you touching that weed, we'll arrest you. You understand? So it's a system. That's why I say we have brilliant people, but they are not allowed to do certain things. So what do you do? What is the innovation? It's just allowing people to do. So there's no, if you think about it, what we have done is just to do the natural thing. We've just said, no, that thing that you were not allowed to do, now you can do. That thing that you were not allowed to do, now you can do. Because we know you can do it. But the budget line was not allowing you to do an innovation hub. But now we put a budget line which is called innovation. There was no budget line for you to go and make an industry. That's why most of the times, I see people say, we can make this. We were eating nice biscuits even at Professor Nia, at ZITF. We're eating nice biscuits from Rapoko, isn't it? But they were being made from the lab. A laboratory is supposed to be for experiment. That's why we say, no, we need an industrial park. That's why we are building one. at UZ. We are building one if you didn't know, we are building an industrial park at the University of Zimbabwe farm for agro-processing. And we are going to finish it. And we are going to manufacture. But from there, it's about design. It's just designing the system and allowing people to exercise their brains and do it. So that's it. There's no anyway, they say genius is about doing common things in an uncommon way. But it's very common what we are talking about. Kuti kana wafunga chigadzira. Kana wafunga chigadzira. We are allowed to gadzira and we will give you a budget for that. It's so natural, isn't it? But why was it not being allowed? Because it's so dangerous for people to be late to make things. That's industrialization. You are beating other people's competition. So this is it. I agree with you entirely. Entirely. So, and one of the issues is about product-based research. At Chambodi research, which is why people are doing water differently, is because we are not doing product-based research. To say we research when we have end in sight. We want to solve this water problem, and then we start defining the problem, the problems. If you wait for my talk at the closing, I'm going to make very big announcements, very big ones. I'm just avoiding to do that for purposes of not causing confusion. This is about the launch of the Vice Chancellor's research fund. Yeah. So I'm going to make very big announcements, which are real. So the issue about Magaba people, those were disenfranchised by Education 3.0. You were not allowed to make things. You were supposed to be putting on a suit and then speak sophisticated and stuff. I hope I'm saying something. Speak very sophisticated. You know, I'm a professor in aerospace and survey. I was in the International Institute for Aerospace Science and Earth Observation. That's where I was. Ukazoli. Those are the fundamental questions that we should be asking ourselves now. Yes, you not wakafunda. So why matter? These are the issues that we are now, but we are now tackling them using systems. It's systems, because may I said, Zimbabweans are very bright. So people say Zimbabweans are very bright. When they go to certain countries, they do very well. No, they fit very well. Because they were made to fit, not to design. To fit in a system. And they will do so well. But nobody is registered at a stock exchange except Econet. If they were doing very well, they would be at a stock exchange at Johannesburg, at a stock exchange in London. But no, they are helping other people go to that stock exchange because they are not responsible for designing the system that makes money. Yeah. We are talking about designing a system that makes money. At that UZ Innovation Hub, at that UZ Industrial Park, I'm expecting to see new bread coming from those Zio biscuits. People will eat it when it's nice. If a country is specializing in crops that don't grow in their own country, there's something wrong with the design of that agricultural site. Ecology tells me that there's a climate envelope for every crop. And then when you find yourself like boxer in Animal Farm, working so hard with no results, why do our agriculture become so expensive? Because the crop that we are trying to grow doesn't want to grow in Zimbabwe. So why are you trying to grow it? What kind of agriculture is that? So these are the fundamental questions that we are beginning to ask ourselves. If this country had a lot of Rapoko fields in this country, if this season, we could be having a lot of it. If we had gone for sorghum, we could be having a lot of it. If we had gone for millet munga, we could be having a lot of it. But everybody, including Buera, including Gutu, is trying to do maize. It doesn't want to grow. Why are you forcing it? So it's a whole economic chain It's a whole economic chain, because the maize chain is an economic chain. The person who makes the seed want to make sure that you keep on growing it, so they will call it in different names. This time in it. This time in it. Yeah, takaita experiment in this time in it. You corner food. But this time in it. This time in it. And you will go to eternity hungry as a nation. Grow crops that grow. If you try mataba juice, who has refused to drink it? Because a tree by nature is a natural, it's a natural thing, isn't it? Apples, they grow wildly in Asia. Mangoes grow wildly in India. But you want to force it and irrigate it and fumigate it and whatever. If you have got a plantation of matamba, you just stroll to the bank, because they are acclimatized to the situation. So why is our ecology not being applied to our production? Because our education was not telling us to get out of that thing of saying, you teach, you say A for apple, not A for amarula, A for apple. So I am saying, if you are doing phytomedicine, phytochemistry, a mtamba tree is a tree too, not only a maple tree. So if you were trained using a maple tree in Canada, you must know that using the very same principles of phytochemistry on maple tree in Zimbabwe, there is mohacha, use it on mohacha, same principle, everything. But people want to say, oh no, actual facts, we don't have materials for the lab. What they mean, they should bring us maple trees, because that's what we were using when we were in Canada. No, it's true. It's true. I mean, I'm really part of this fabric, so I know what we were talking about. No, we don't have materials, we don't have equipment, we don't have this. It means we are doing things that don't matter to you if you don't have equipment. If you don't have equipment, it means you are doing things that don't matter to you. If you do things that matter to you, you will have that equipment. As a country, not as an individual. I mean as a whole system. So I hope I'm answering something. So it's about, Zimbabwe just needs, it has brilliant people. But kana uine mombe dzako dzakakora dziri 4. It doesn't necessarily kuti you can plow your field very well. Dzinogona kubhirida. Zimbabwe ine mombe dzakabhirida but dzakakora. They know what they're doing. But what vanopirikishana so. Everybody's about it. Oh no. Cool. Now you're a vice chancellor. Oh nice. Vakakutengera mota. That's the first question. Vakakutengera mota. So what kind of car are you driving? Oh, now you're a minister. So you must be having a very nice car. Do you know why the debate is? Useless things. No, but so what are we doing about our systems? It will never be asked that question. So Professor Njota, now we are director of quality assurance. So, did they buy you a car? These are issues that we cannot escape from. You can't solve what you can't face. So we have to face the reality and solve it that way. You can't solve what you can't face. So I hope I'm agreeing with all of you. Magaba people are part of our industrial technical skills. There's nothing called informal, formal. There's nothing called informal, formal. Who says formal or informal? Who classifies? Where is that taxonomy book of saying formal or informal? That's why Professor Nube introduced the issue of that 2% tax, so that everybody begins to pay tax. So there's nobody formal or informal. So I think those are some of the innovations, because to me, the finance minister, if you at university, now I'm at university, if you start to think about it, he's a brilliant guy. You cannot start arguing so we argue on a professor of econometrics. So you end up having people, a person who can't add 1 + 1 is equal to 2 is talking about macroeconomic policy and arguing with the professor at Oxford. It's very strange. So all what we're trying to say is that our country has to change the way we think, the way we contribute, the way we design our systems. So university university must be the center of this design. So we are basically giving back to the university what it must do and supporting them with money. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. That brings us to the end of this part of our program. I'll just call on the UZ ensemble to come and just get us back to earth again, where we can really come in and absorb what has just been said and try and make sure that we utilize it properly. And I'm at this time asking not just our adjudicators, but the Research Week committee to get ready for reports and feedback immediately after we get 1 or 2 songs from our UZ ensemble. Big round of applause to our youth at Ensemble. Big round of applause. Can we settle? Thank you very much, youth at Ensemble. You can hire them for other functions, weddings, celebration of innovation and research. You can actually go ahead and hire them. But more seriously, I mean, we need to support them. We need to really support them because that's what they do. That's their talent. We need to actually really go ahead and think about it. When you're in all those committees, let's actually go ahead and support them. At this point in time, I'm going to call upon the Executive Director, Research and Innovation, Professor Tambanengwe, to come and give us some remarks as we are getting into the next session where we are going to recognize some of our researchers and innovators.
Honorable Minister of Higher and Tertiary Education, Science and Technology Development, Professor Dr. Amoni Mudwira, Deputy Chair of the University Council, Mrs. Mzite, Vice Chancellor of the University of Zimbabwe, Professor Paul Mafumo, Pro-Vice Chancellor, Strategic Partnerships and Industrialization, Professor Mboa, Pro-Vice Chancellor, Academic Affairs, Professor Moyana, Executive Director, Quality Assurance and Professional Development, Professor Njanda, the Registrar, Dr. Mtongoreni, the Librarian, Dr. Chikonzo, and all protocol observed. Good morning. Oh, no, it's afternoon. Good afternoon. My task here is very simple. I've been told to inform you about the judging process which went on during the research week. We started off on Monday with 2 keynote speakers, and we didn't have anyone judging those. We assumed they are already at the top, they don't need any prizes. But on the second day, on Tuesday, we had parallel sessions. And during those parallel sessions, there were actually 5 parallel sessions, and we had judges seated within each sub-theme, and they were scoring as researchers were doing their presentations. And the same thing again happened on Thursday, where we had the 5 parallel sessions, and the scoring continued. So I would like to extend my sincere gratitude to the judges who were seated within those sessions, listening to all the jargon sometimes, but very quality research outputs and results. So allow me to clap hands for them. And then again, on starting Monday to Thursday, we had other judges who were visiting the exhibition hall. They were looking at our exhibits. We tried to make sure that we get judges from within the university and also judges from outside the university to reduce bias. So each stand was judged by just more than one judge. And we also tried to call in experts. I don't know whether I'm allowed to say this, Vice Chancellor. Experts within the different fields of humanities, engineering, science, agriculture, arts, etc., to come in as judges to look at what was being exhibited in the exhibition hall and also do the scoring. And so after all that was done, we got my dedicated team of partners, workers, colleagues, looking at the scores, trying to consolidate everything so that we can come up with a winner. So this morning we are going to have 32 prizes which will be awarded for both oral and oral poster presentations and exhibitions. And in addition to that, the library has also come up with 10 prizes to the original 32 to make them 42, which will be awarded again to outstanding researchers. Oh, they are not 10, they are 13. So to make them 45. So I think if we continue like this, in the future research weeks, we will have 100 prizes for all of us. So, so let me thank the library for gracing us with those prizes, and also the prizes which you see in front here, which will be given to our winners. Everyone is a winner, by the way, but sometimes we have 4.8 and 5, so 5 takes the day. But when we round it off, everything is 5. But so we got these prizes from our sponsors, strategic partners, and also the Vice Chancellor gave us a small pot to contribute to the prizes. So I would like to thank the sponsors and the Vice Chancellor for that. So before I continue talking, I said I had been given a minute, but it looks like I'm going on. Let me call one of the representatives of the judges so that they can just give us an overview of what they went through. One for the oral presentations and then one for the exhibition hall. Thank you. A representative.
They are here.
Yes.
Maybe they don't want to be known.
My judge. Okay. Looks like they are not here. Maybe the timing, but I thought we'd timed it in such a way that they'll be seated in the audience in time for the prize giving. But anyhow, I think will hand over to the Director of Ceremonies to already go on to the next stage. They've already been judged, so well, let's give prizes.
Thank you very much, Professor Mtambaningwe. Yeah, I was in one of the sessions actually when I think it was on Tuesday. And then when someone wanted to identify whether the facilitator was there, the person raised their hand. And when they said, are the judges in? They really lowered their hand because they didn't want to be seen that they're the ones who were really judging. So maybe they did exactly the same. So you should have looked for people lowering their hands rather than raising their hand, because judges are judges. I'm going to kindly ask the Honorable Minister, Professor Dr. Amono Murwira, and the Vice Chancellor, Professor Mapfumo, to come up here And then I'll also ask Professor Mtambanengwe to come in, and I think she has to come in this direction. So we'll proceed by Professor Mtambanengwe. I'll announce as per the instructions from the judges, and then the Professor Mtambanengwe will hand over to the Vice Chancellor, and then the Vice Chancellor will hand over the present to the Minister, and the Minister is going to hand over the prize to the person I would have announced. We are going to start with the orals for humanities. For humanities, my apologies, we do not have titles here, so please don't feel offended. Postgraduate and Imaging, Muzondo N. Muzondo N. That young man who typically plays a guitar on his own, this might be your chance, so that when they are coming fashionably down, you can actually play a bit of background music. Thank you very much. Again, postgraduates, Imaging under Humanities, Matambo A. Matambo A. If you went to a school like Bokomere, Matambo R. If you went to Victoria High, then Matambo A. Matambo A, we don't. The student is from Population Studies, so Prof. Chloe is going to proxy for the students. Thank you, Prof. For accepting the instruction immediately. Thank you. And then again, under Humanities Orals, Postgraduate in Imaging, Mangombe K. Mangombe K. Mangombe K. From Population Studies again, Mangombe K. It looks like we are studying the population very well here. Right, and then our next presentation for a senior researcher under Humanities. Ladies and gentlemen, I don't have this, and they are winning a Samsung Galaxy Tab E. Samsung Galaxy Tab E. So I think next time I'm going to really renounce being a director of ceremonies, and so that it might not seem as if something is happening. And then for our senior researchers, they are getting the Huawei MediaPad T3. Huawei MediaPad T3. And the Huawei MediaPad T2 also. There's something interesting which actually happened with the judges and the people coming up with the presents. I was a bit involved in when they were actually getting suggestions. They are giving the bigger prize to the imaging researchers to encourage our students. So it's a very interesting twist to go ahead and say the imaging researchers, let them be encouraged by actually getting even the bigger prize. Yes. Matskanda DD, senior researcher, Matskanda DD. That's the Dean of Commerce. Shall we have someone from Commerce to come and receive it on his behalf? Thank you very much, Prof. Moving on the oral presentations again, faculty of science faculties, the science cluster, undergraduates, Musapingura. There was no initial on this. Do you know which? No, I think we can just put it aside. I think that one, let's put it aside. Thank you. Then undergraduate again, Chigumira W. Chigumira W. Thank you very much for being there. Thank you very much for knowing that you are going to win. Thank you very much. Yes. Right, under the science cluster, also under the science cluster, postgraduate and imaging, Kasekete. Do we know from which I think let's put it aside also. We'll actually go ahead and look for them. And then postgraduate and imaging, PRB. Kasekete is here. Kasekete is here. Representing Kasekete. Yeah. PRB, I think let's put it aside also. Yeah. And then postgraduate and imaging under the faculty of science, under the faculties of science, under the science faculties, Mozirandi. Yeah, that's not you, Prof. I was really wondering there. Yeah, it's really not yours because you don't even know the procedure. Thank you, Prof. Thank you, Prof. And then senior researchers under the science cluster, senior researchers, Takwire D. Prof. Thank you, Prof. And then again, under the science cluster, senior researchers, Chingosho H. I think most of these people, they are out there researching somewhere. It makes logical sense. That's why they are winning. Let's put it aside also. Then under the exhibitions, posters, exhibitions and posters, humanities, under humanities, undergraduate, Vafana. I'm not sure when you become a senior researcher, you're going to change your name from Vafana to Wakuru. Undergraduate again. Or that was that the pharmacy locator? No. Okay, Siakwanda P. Undergraduate. Yeah, that was the ZESA, the electricity. Yeah. Postgraduate and imaging researchers, Chingwende. Chingwende, anyone to come and represent Chingwende? Thank you very much. You've got company there. That's fantastic. That's fantastic. And then senior researchers, Mutanda. Right, thank you very much. He's even very, very fit, you can see that. Mutanda wetu askoro chayo Mutanda. Right, and then undergraduates, back to undergraduate, under sciences, Mashaya DF. Again, Magarabi. Undergraduates, Noratam. Musonza, undergraduates, Musonza. Musonza. Kaumbura. Undergraduate, Muchenje. L. And you can take your time, particularly when you get over here. This is a photo op with the minister, with the honorable minister. So really just take your time. You can be quick when you're coming over here, but you can really take your time when you're next to the minister there. Musakanda S, undergraduate. Multi-talented, multifaceted. Postgraduate in imaging, Kembo. This should be most probably Kembo or anyone from School of Technology. Do you know Kembo? Kembo typically works faster than that. There's Kembo for you there. Postgraduate in imaging, Mandiwara. Got Mandiwara. Postgraduate in imaging, Mbetiti. Senior researcher, Bere KS. Bere KS, anyone receiving on behalf of Bere KS? Okay, thank you. Senior researcher, Ndlovu N. Ndlovu N. Senior researcher Musoro G. Musoro G. Although the best Musoro G. Thank you. Yeah, right, I'm Musoro G. And then last of our senior researchers, Manana W. Manana W. I always hear people say, skip one computer. Javangwe. And a postgraduate in the imaging. Yes, somehow when the computer scientist was reading, skipped that name. Javangwe. Sorry about that. Postgraduate in imaging. Senior researcher, sorry. I am just reading, the computer is just reading. Right, we're then moving on to the next category, if I can ask, right, I think the presidents are already here. We have got an institutional repository at the University of Zimbabwe. We have an institutional repository, and this one is a very simple and straightforward thing. If you are contributing to the institutional repository, you make the university, and particularly Dr. Chikonzo, extremely happy. And the moment we are actually happy, we then look for people who have got the highest count in as far as making our institutional repository popular. And why is that relevant? It's because of things like the institutional repository, our rankings get even far much better because it's online, it's recognized, and hence our ranking actually becomes significantly enhanced because of that. So we have got one per each faculty, and then we've got the 3 top contributors. Faculty of Agriculture, Professor Emmanuel Manzungu. Actually a t-shirt and other paraphernalia in a bag, a beautiful bag. Faculty of Arts, Mr. Memory Chirere. Mr. Memory Chirere. I think they're in the middle of contributing to the institutional repository. Thank you very much. The dean is going to proxy for Memory Chirere. Thank you, Dean. College of Health Sciences, Professor Simbarashe Rusakaniko. Anyone from the college? Professor Rusakaniko is always dressed extremely well. To an extent that when I met him on, was it Tuesday, I was confused because he was dressed in a normal way, but inappropriate in as far as he is concerned. Thank you, dear brother. Thank you. Faculty of Commerce, Professor Maxwell Sandada. Faculty of Education, Professor Rosemary Boyana. Our Pro-Vice Chancellor Academic Affairs, leading from the front. Engineer Dr. Tawanda Mushiri. The dean is coming on his behalf. Faculty of Law, Professor Jeff Felton. Faculty of Science, Professor Takafiram Duluza. Yeah, Prof. Makafira Shiripo. being a cameraman. Amazing. Faculty of Social Studies, Professor Innocent Chirisa. Is that a dance to the music, bro? Faculty of Veterinary Sciences, Professor Gift Matope. This group of people, we are now also recognizing the top three. The top three, they are getting additional prizes with $20 US, Professor Rosemary Moyana. And then the second top contributor, Professor Maxwell Sandada, $30. $30, I think you now have ability to go for holiday. If you were wondering what you are going to be trying over the weekend, to be a professor. And then the top contributor with a whopping $100 US, Engineer Dr. Tawanda Mushiba. Now, Dean, this is cash. This is cash. We have audited it, Dean. Can it really get to Thank you very much, Honorable Minister and Vice Chancellor. As they are taking their seats, I would also want to make it clear that it pays to really go ahead and participate in this, particularly if you are a student, because courtesy of the Vice Chancellor, all students who participated in the exhibitions and the presentations are being given the right to university accommodation. Let me make it clear. You are being given the right to accommodation. It's not being paid for. You are going to pay for it, but you are going to be given the right to accommodation. Thank you very much for that. Another round of applause to our winners. And also, I think a round of applause to all those who did not win today, but who contributed, who really did. Because I think it was a very tough task for those who had an opportunity of moving around or even listening to the presentations. It was a very, very tough task for the judges to really go ahead and say who is winning and who is winning but is not going to get a prize. Thank you very much for that. I'm going to probably just have a quick musical interlude, half a song, ensemble, half a song.
beautiful to me. I know the words to this song, but I know you all know the chorus. Do you know the song, isn't it? You do know the song. Let's go to the chorus. Let's go to the chorus. Let's go to the chorus. Give your all to me. Give my all to you. You're my end and my beginning. Even when I lose and win, give my all to. I know you know the song. Let's sing together, please. Let's sing together. Help me out. Help me out. Prosper. I know you know the song. Help me out. Help me out.
Give my all to you. You're my end and my beginning. Even when I lose and win, I give you all of me. Give you all of me.
Thank you very much, Yuzet Nsemu. At this time, I'm going to call the Executive Director, Research and Innovation. No, it's okay. It's okay. Let me call upon the Honorable Minister, Professor Dr. Emu Wira, to come and give us the official closing remarks for the Research Week.
Wow, thank you very much. Hey, where did you get all this money? It's nice to spend money on good brains. Right. May I say all protocols observed. Ladies and gentlemen, an event such as the Research Week gives me confidence that the University of Zimbabwe is demonstrating the best pillar of Education 5.0, which is research. However, it is important to ground our research in the solution of the issues we need to solve to ensure a better life for all. Our greatest fear should not be of failure, but of succeeding at things in life that don't really matter. Ladies and gentlemen, Zimbabwe is a nation full of opportunity if we only realize that this opportunity is dressed in overalls and it looks like work. Higher and tertiary education institutions are the pillar of progress in any nation, for they try to fulfill the 5% challenge. I will explain the 5% challenge, colleagues. Colleagues, it is known that 5% of the people think. 10% of the people think they think. And the other 85% would rather die than think. This is the inventor of an electric bulb who said that, Thomas A. Edison. He also said he tried 10,000 times to make a bulb. And on 10,001 time, that's when he got it right. So some people say you failed 10,000 times. No, he said, no, it took me 10,000 steps to do the right thing. So it depends. Research in higher and tertiary education tries to make us fit into the first 5% of people who think. And thinking, you know, is very difficult. Huh? And I like this saying which says the purpose of thinking. There's only one purpose of thinking. It is to stop thinking. Because you use so much energy to get things right, so you think that walking is very difficult. Very difficult. So you think very hard how to avoid it. Then you buy a bicycle. And then you stop thinking about the problem of walking. So the purpose of thinking is to stop thinking. One thing we have to note in our higher and tertiary education is that there seems always to be far more opportunity out there than ability. We should remember that good fortune often happens when opportunity meets preparation. Uba 10 billion, what will you do with it? So, but if you prepare for it, definitely you'll be able to use it. I'm happy that you are preparing yourselves through research. His Excellency the President of this Republic, Comrade E.D. Mnangagwa, pronounced on our behalf Vision 2030, which to me is a model that predicts an upper middle income economy by year 2030. It is now our task in higher tertiary education, science and technology development to provide the nation with the necessary capability to achieve this vision. Remember, opportunity, when it meets capability, it breeds industrialization and modernization. Ladies and gentlemen, national capability is always delivered using an appropriate design of the manpower development and training system. An appropriate manpower development and training design means that design which can defeat ignorance and therefore defeat poverty. We shall match our ambition as a nation with appropriate capabilities to triumph. Remember, there is vision which has to be achieved through a capability. A capability that can only be achieved through an appropriate design. Sando haitemi muti. Muti unotemwa ni sand. What that means is that you use an axe to cut a tree. You don't use a hammer. If you use a hammer, because of its design, you will spend the rest of your life trying to cut that tree. So an appropriate education brings appropriate results. A boomerang will always come back. An arrow will always go away. Don't expect an arrow to behave like a boomerang and vice versa. So our education design is the basis of everything. Specifically stated, the main question we are tackling in Zimbabwe is the question of an appropriate education design that can fulfill twin aspirations. The first aspiration is national aspirations, but that are driven through student aspirations. My fellow colleagues, logical fulfillment of national aspirations through student-centered aspirations is the most powerful engine that we can employ for Zimbabwe's development through its education system. Students are channeled according to what they want to learn, not what you learned 70 years ago. Yellow pages. Ladies and gentlemen, our nation desires to be developed, to be a developed economy free from poverty and free from violence, with aspiration to all its citizens to have 6 characteristics. 1, full access to higher and tertiary education. That's why we have instituted the student loan scheme, so that we don't leave the unfortunate people behind. We have already a budget of 40 million for student loan facility for those ones who are deserving. Number 2, higher and tertiary education must have a high quality. That's why you have a quality assurance directorate. Number 3, a higher education system that upholds equity across geography and gender. Number 4, a higher and tertiary education system that provides an opportunity for fostering national unity. We might be the only country which has people who are no shouter at their own country. And they believe to be rewarded for it. It's very funny. When we say we are very educated, 94% plus literacy, we specialize in shouting at our own country, like shouting at your own mother, which basically means that model has to be revisited. Where instead of constructive criticism, kutuka. I've seen it, especially even in our seminars, it's the education system. You know, when a person stands up, they are not trying to contribute, they're trying to do you down. Make sure that they are wrestling you down. Yeah, you should not have done this, you should have done this. And even some people become angry in a seminar at a university. You hear what I'm saying? A higher and tertiary education system, number 5, that is implemented efficiently in budget utilization for all intended positive outcomes. That's why we say construction contracts at universities, no, we will build on our own so that we efficiently utilize our budget. I know that the Innovation Hub could have costed us $70 million, but I think it has costed us about $7 million because we constructed it on our own. So, entrepreneurs know more in higher education in terms of construction. We are doing it on our own. We have the engineers of every sort. We have the educators of every sort. We have the lawyers of every sort. We have the business people of every sort. Everybody comes from a university. So why should a university depend on a backyard something? No more. I got that cabinet approval in May last year. So we will do it. And the technical education building, we are going to finish it before December. Inherently, our higher and tertiary education student system aspires to have 6 characteristics. Our students generally aspire to have 6 characteristics. 1, leadership skills. Train them how to lead. Don't block them. So that when we get old, everybody will. You sleep well, knowing very well that they can take care of you. They know what they are doing. Number 2, multilingual proficiency. That's why at teachers' colleges we have now said, because teachers' colleges are under the University of Zimbabwe, we have said at least 4 local languages before you graduate as a teacher must be in your head. Starting from last year, and we issued that directive. We hope that happens also at university as part of your national consciousness training. Your communication skills, communication skills. Communication skills is not talking English. English is just one of the languages that are in Zimbabwe. It's about being able to communicate and being able to be a human being in the Zimbabwean. Thinking skills. Because as I told you, thinking is a very difficult exercise. But we must teach people how to think. Knowledge, knowing. But you must know that knowledge, any fool can know. It's about understanding. We must teach beyond knowledge. Ubuntu and national identity. Who are you? Whether you like it or not, you are a product of this soil. Whether you are white or you are black or you are whatever color you are a product of this soil because a person is part of the ecosystem. You ate the food, that's why you are there. So it's very important. And you ask yourselves, are we teaching people how to calculate without teaching them to know who they are? education provides for the attainment of these aspirations, Zimbabwe will be able to leapfrog in a big way, and we are going to do so. We are thinking highly about ourselves and about Zimbabwe's higher and tertiary education system. Remember, if you think down, you will go down for sure. If you think up, you will go up. You will always travel in the direction of your thinking. It's always the case. You will always go in the direction of your thinking. They say, watch your thoughts, for they will become your words. Watch your words, for they will become your actions. Watch your actions, for they will become your habit. And watch your habits, for they will become your values. Never have a value of shouting at your own best, like a cow which does it in its own crop. One of the big and very important questions we are tackling is on what is needed for our higher tertiary education system to be able to meet those systemic and student-centered aspirations for Zimbabwe's development. We are asking, what kind of education design do we require? And who is at the center of this design? At the center of this design are universities and their tertiary institutions, and designing the student of our future. And that student of our future is a 5.0 student, not a student who comes to you looking for food after you have finished all the cattle on them. Ladies and gentlemen, we have now designed our education through executing a higher and tertiary education system that is fit for our purpose, the purpose of developing this country. Our national skills audit from December 2017, which is the basis of our design, showed that although the national literacy rate is 94%, the national skills levels are 38%. I want to repeat, health sciences, skills levels, 5%. Engineering and technology, skills levels are at 6%. Are you surprised when you see potholes? When you look at natural and applied sciences, I've talked about people. You've never seen how people enjoy talking about Sikamtanda. You know, the science and technology segment at our television could be 2 minutes. But when they talk about Sikamtanda and people who were flying using Rusero and falling in Glenville, it's 15 minutes describing our road. That is a reflection of the 3% scientific capability, as far as I'm concerned, statistically interpreting that. When it comes to commerce, business and commerce, I've said business and commerce were in surplus. It must mean that we might have to do something. We must have to teach something. Because you know what I've said, when an eagle misses the chick, it takes even the soil. That's why people, instead of doing products to make money, they are selling money itself. Oversupply. Kana gondora potsa niyo nonga zvesina marara. Kwakinda komezeda akusiko. So we might need to redesign and really do real economic debates. We have designed a system whereby the Minister of, we expect universities to be giving us these economic solutions. Because that's why you are there. To give economic solutions. And say, how do we debate this? How do we debate this? Not despondency. But you are the people. Because now we are given the chance. Before you might have not been given the chance, but now you have the chance. Do it. Ladies and gentlemen, these skills are very important. Agriculture, 88% skills deficit, 12% skills availability. Kana mkaona solar beans, chich no kushanisa. Yes, we're importing food. We're growing crops that don't grow. I repeat, We are growing crops that we know very well that they will fail, but we continue doing that. What kind of faith is that? Maybe it's being reflected by the 3% availability in science. What kind of faith do people have? You know it is going to fail, but you still do it. It's like following the abuser. This is a result of the trajectory of literacy development that we have followed for 38 years. While we know that literacy is already a huge advantage, the next step of the production of goods and services through knowledge and skill is critical. Literacy is very important, but you must know that literacy is basically coding and decoding knowledge. It's coding and decoding, being able to read and write. But write what and read what? Do you understand what you are reading? That's why most of the times, even if today I am on Twitter and I say there has been diesel which has been found at Dandaro there's diesel which is at Dandaro. On my Twitter, everybody will go there. Nobody will question that at Dandaro there's just a wetland where they can diesel be coming from. You will see lots of people there. I can assure you that. Tweet like that. That's the sign of literacy. So you can decode and code, but understanding is another issue. So that's why there's so much noise on Twitter. Because people are exercising their capability to read and write. But are you thinking? Results of our skills audit shall guide our human capital development as we shall go forward. To this end, ladies and gentlemen, our higher and tertiary education system has been focusing on 3 missions: teaching, research, and community service, which is Education 3.0, and we have now augmented it with innovation and industrialization because we believe that we were caging universities. We were caging them. Because you must remember that each item is a budget item. That's the only way to understand it. It means we can only budget for 3. If you try to do 4 and 5, we'll tell you it's not allowed. There's no money for that. So what we are basically doing is to increase the budget items for the university so that you can function properly from idea to product. That's Education 5.0. The first need of a free people is to define their own terms. In a free Zimbabwe, Education 5.0 is our way of defining our own terms for Zimbabwe's development. Education 5.0 simply states that ability is not always gauged by examination. Tacit knowledge is important in our training systems. You know, people can calculate, you can put a differential equation there, they will calculate it, but they don't know why. But they will be good, they will get a 1. They will calculate this, they will calculate for you. If you ask them, there's water flowing there, because water is calculated using integration, isn't it? So there's that flow, and they can count, but they can't tell that we can use this for spilling water. They can't tell that we can use this for oil. It's just they can calculate, yes, very well. But what for? That's where our education has been missing. That's why we have said innovation, industrialization becomes the end game. We, however, know that our Education 5.0 to be operational and produce real industry, it has to be anchored on the correct philosophy. We adopted the heritage philosophy to anchor Education 5.0. Our heritage-based philosophy uses cutting-edge, competitive, universal scientific and technological knowledge for production of quality goods and services. We are saying, yes, calculate your gravity, yes, 9.8 meters per second, but let it fall in Zimbabwe. You can be sure, my engineering colleagues, that we are doing our roofs, we are designing our roofs using snowpack weight. Snowpack weight in Zimbabwe. It's true. It's the design of the education. Because we had to use the snowpack weight, which came from where the snow is, and we are blindly applying it and telling a person, this roof is not appropriate. Why? Because the snowpack weight. Snowpack, tropical, average temperature, 26 degrees. Engineer. Yes. So that's why we say if you do heritage-based philosophy, it basically means use your physics on the materials that are around you. Use your chemistry on the materials around you. Use your agriculture based on the crops that grow where you grow. I was having a discussion one day with the Vice Chancellor when we were here at university. And he was saying, the first question that you will be asked, Kana, when you are visited in a traditional village is, oh, Gokwe, hey, Kunomere, what grows in Gokwe? That is the basis. Ecosystems were organized in such a way that they are able to support certain kinds of plants. And you are busy growing a temperate plant. And you are busy saying in Zimbabwe, rapoko, sorghum, and millet, they are called small grains. So when I was thinking about it, I then looked at wheat. I thought it was also a small grain. So then it dawned to me that the small is not about the size. It's about the significance. So you are busy laughing at your own crops. You are calling them small grains. Because wheat is also small. So they mean insignificant grain. Same. So when we think about it, really we have to be deep. Great Zimbabwe was built of stone because the stones were the biggest available, strongest material around. 10 centuries later, it still stands as we speak. It's not going to break anytime soon. It was done superb engineering. You can go and retrospectively calculate the stabilizing forces and everything which they did. They might not have used an equation, but who knows, maybe they used, but they were not just writing it in sand, not on paper. That's fantastic engineering. How many buildings are falling today? Several, with that snowflake weight. I'm just trying to be very provocative and just invoke a certain kind of thing. To say, what we have works if you apply your physics to it. Physics is universal language, isn't it? Chemistry is universal language. But please remember, you are also a chemical, and around here are chemicals. And that tree, you know, people specialize in, when you want to look at the design of the education system, they say, oh, people go on strike. They actually go on strike. They will go on strike. They go on the road striking. There's no medicine. There's no medicine. There's no medicine because there's no medicine. But they are the ones who did the pharmacy. The pharmacist is now a specialist in selling foreign medicine, and they ask for foreign currency. When actual fact, when we were training them, we thought they would make medicine for us. What a sad thing. I then started thinking about Professor Tagure when he was talking that tuba of yours. Then you say, but when you do that tuba and you are doing, people would be ignoring you. No, there must be better medicine. There must be better medicine than this. There is no better medicine than the medicine that is in the area that is around you, because the world is made up of positives and negatives. The best medicine for you is the medicine which is born in your own environment. It's obvious. So our medical research, you have a whole doctor who must be helping you, a medical scientist, asking for medicine. Actually going on straight that there's no medicine in the hospital. But they are not saying, give us money for research so that we can give more medicine. Do you see where the education design? But it's not a problem of that person. No, not an individual. If you try to go for individuals, you are wrong. Because they are not wrong. What is wrong is the system. So fix the system. And that young man and that young woman will be okay. Because the professors who can do it are there. But they are never given mukana. So the money is all taken for export, for import. Isn't it? Because of the design. We have brilliant people. They're brilliant professors. They can do it. But our people can't watch. Nobody gives them a chance. Everybody's trying to go and buy. Buying. A country will never develop by buying. So, that's the heritage-based philosophy for you. I'm just saying all the materials that are in other countries they are also in your country. The other issue basically is to say, if you see two countries that have got exactly the same type of resources in terms of natural, but they have different levels of development, A is higher than B, then you know that is the people. So, the heritage shall be the basis of our industrialization and economic development. Ladies and gentlemen, in order for us to embrace fully the heritage-based philosophy, consciousness is needed. This is consciousness about ourselves as a people, who we are, what is our environment like, who do we desire to, who do we deserve to be, and what do we desire. Always remember that consciousness is power. I think it's Max Planck who said, one of the greatest physicists, say, consciousness is very important. Do you know that there's matter everywhere? There is matter even where I'm looking right now. I might think that there's no matter, but there's matter. Because you are hearing me, how is my voice traveling to you? There must be matter. So there's matter. So the time we start thinking about matter as consciousness is the time we will respect a doctor of philosophy. Because sometimes people crunch numbers and say, I have a doctor of philosophy. No, you don't. What is the philosophical basis of what you do? I'm telling you, we will be supporting MPhil and DPhil research in a big way. Because it's about consciousness. Consciousness is becoming aware. It is the perfect vehicle for success. Consciousness tells you that tomorrow's world is yours to build. Consciousness makes you step out of the history that is holding you back. Consciousness makes you step into the new story you are willing to create. We are creating a story of a new conscious and confident Zimbabwe that is prosperous, at peace with itself and at peace with the rest of the world through its education. The Zimbabwe National Qualification Framework is legalized by statutory instruments 132, 133, and 137 of 2018 is an important move for us to make our higher and tertiary education competitive. When we are in biochemistry, we must be able to have minimum bodies of knowledge to say, what is a biochemist, Professor Stolenia? So you then tell us, they must know this, they must know this, they must know this, they must know this, they will have this skill, and that skill, and that skill. If they are doing ethnomusicology, what are they expected to know? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. What are they expected to do? Also 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Not just a degree name. Because people are being taught degree names. A person comes into class, teaches what they have thought about that day. Not everybody. I'm just, because the system does not compel. If it doesn't compel, it's not a crime. It's a design. It's a design to do useless things. Because we are not being compelled. So far, where we know things are in order in terms of bodies of knowledge and skill are in the medical sciences and in law. To some extent, engineering. Isn't it? So a person who says, I'm an engineer at Chinoi, might not have studied the same thing with the person who says, I'm an engineer at UZ. The course outlines are different. So who is the engineer? So these are the very important questions in our design that we must be thinking about. That's why we are having a national qualification framework. And we are saying also our higher and tertiary education system must have unity, which tells us that if a person is coming from Polytechnic, there must be a regulation which says they are exempted from that course. Because you would have also helped to design the courses at Polytechnic yourselves, so that you know the progression. Because surely Polytechnic is not equivalent to A-level. So when they come, they can't be treated like A-level. They're really towards something. So, and also our issues of measuring success by examination that I was talking about. I've got 15 points, but completely stupid. It's possible with those 15. 8 points our things. Because, ladies and gentlemen, this is our opportunity. Why is it our opportunity? Because we have seen that whatever we were doing did not work because we are poor. So nobody can then tell me, according to my experience, I say, your experience led us to this pit. So why should I trust it? Then you just start to tell me I've got 40 years experience of driving us to a pit. No. Provocative, isn't it? Right. So let's be careful when we talk about, of course there's people who have got 40 years experience, which is of course for true, for sure, and they might not have been given a chance. Isn't it? But let's be careful about bragging about experience because things are not okay right now. If your experience was good, why are the roads having potholes? If your experience was good, why are we sending people to other countries for medical? If your experience was good, why are people getting out to look for jobs elsewhere? If your experience was, we have to ask ourselves all these questions, and yet there are many opportunities. And when people come here into Zimbabwe, they make a lot of money because people here want to spend without thinking. We are creating a story of a new and conscious Zimbabwe. So, the National Qualification Framework is about having bodies of skill and bodies of knowledge for every discipline. I think there was a rumor that we don't want to scratch degrees. There's nobody who can scratch any degree. If it can be scratched, it means you don't have it. Because if you say, you know what, my degree bent last night, my house bent, and my degree bent, then I will ask you a question, why are you still alive? Because a degree is not a paper, it's what is in your head. The paper can always come anytime, they will reproduce another one. But if people are equating a heap of papers with a degree, that's where we are going wrong. A degree is in a person's head. I can still calculate because I was taught how to calculate. So there is no degree which can be scrapable if you have it in your head. What we are talking about, any degree, even if it's engineering, even if it's medicine, if it doesn't have a board of knowledge and a board of skill, it shall be suspended. Because some people actually put a name, biotechnology and this. And when you look inside, there's no biotechnology inside. I'm just giving an example. They can actually say bioscience is a biotechnology. And you see that when they were inside, they're studying ecology, and so forth and so on. No genetics, nothing. It's possible. I'm not saying that I know. It's possible. If you don't have a board of knowledge and a board of skill, by design it was not compulsory, isn't it? But we say now by design it's compulsory according to Statutory Instrument 132. You can't go ahead and teach a degree who can't promise what are the students going to learn and what skills are they going to have. It will be suspended until you have done that and then it will start running again. That's quality assurance. So that's what we are talking about when we are talking about Zimbabwe National Qualification Framework. I know there was a lot of furore about it. Oh, degrees scraped. Because when I accumulate my papers, a lot of papers. When you ask them, so we say, you have got so many papers, but things are not happening. Why? Why are things not happening? So we are the most learned, I don't think so. I would like to congratulate the University of Zimbabwe leadership for developing the strategic plan, which is aligned to the country's Vision 2030 and the Ministry of Higher and Tertiary Education, Education 5.0. The 7 pillars of the strategic plan aptly demonstrate how the university plans to meet each of the 5 missions and is indicative that the institution is indeed championing the industrialization and modernization agenda. We are putting universities at the center of Zimbabwe's development. Practical. It is now expected of the nation's higher and tertiary education sector not only to teach, research, and do community service, but to innovate and industrialize this country. Industry does not fall from the sky. Under Education 5.0, Zimbabwe state universities must launch into outcomes-focused national development initiatives towards a competitive and modernized and industrialized Zimbabwe. You know, one of the models that we have, which we think, right now universities are depending on student fees. So I'm always under pressure. We want to review fees. We want to review fees. We want to review fees. In a normal situation, most money should be coming from your research outcomes. You will actually be trying to compete for the brightest students to give them scholarships so that they can drive your industrialization agenda. So that's why you say, people are giving scholarships. I got a scholarship at the university of this, at the universities outside of the country. Yes, you have been given the scholarship, but you are going to make millions for them. They give you $10,000, your intellectual property will be laid worth 10 billion, and they don't tell you. So consciousness is very important. So we are looking at a situation whereby we support the innovation and industrialization agenda of universities to the extent that this university will be having only about 30% of its income coming from student fees. 70% must be coming from your industry, because we have allowed you to do so. From your consultants, we want to build a medical city whereby people come and be healed in Zimbabwe, because we have the people. We just have a bad design. But with the people we have. So this is the model whereby really we are students, they are given scholarships. Almost 70% of the students are on scholarship, because you know the innovation that they are going to have is actually going to be much more beneficial than Tunzungu to amount $10,000. So this model will work. It shall work. And we'll make it work. It is now all about problem solving and value creation. Indeed, it gives me great pleasure to know that we are walking in the same path with the University of Zimbabwe. The government of Zimbabwe has invested in innovation hubs across a number of tertiary institutions as a catalyst to drive the commercialization of university-derived research outputs into goods and services. The establishment of one of the innovation hubs at the University of Zimbabwe, which is by far the largest, will go a long way in bridging the industrial skills deficit. The University of Zimbabwe Innovation Hub will enable active knowledge transfer between researchers and business experts on one hand, and industry and government, and representatives of academia on the other hand. The government of Zimbabwe expects to see all the innovative projects which were exhibited by the faculties and individuals in the Innovation Hub, and some even transformed into startup companies. You know, Silicon Valley is a result of Stanford University. Stanford University created Silicon Valley. Stanford University created about 4,000 companies that earn $204 billion annually as we speak. So there's nothing wrong with us. You are intelligent enough. The only thing is that we get given you a wrong design. Now that the design is correct, we are getting there. I am very sure about it. And this issue is not for doubters. If you doubt, you will waste a lot of time. Because if you think we are going to stop, no, we are not, because it's the only way we can eradicate poverty. Nobody wants poverty. And this time of begging using poverty is, the time of begging with poverty is gone. You know, people would say with pictures of naked children who don't have clothes and so forth, saying, no, we need money like this, we need money like, that's the kind of proposals you just go. They are embarrassing. We want research projects which say we are going to develop this, we are going to develop this, we are going to develop this, and develop that, and develop that, and that, and that. And we are going to sponsor it. Because most people say, there are no resources. No, there are a lot of resources in terms of financial people. We don't have people. So, the launch of the University of Zimbabwe Vice Chancellor's Challenge Fund is a great initiative to motivate the University of Zimbabwe researchers and students to innovate and work towards the industrialization and modernization of this country. In the Second Republic, higher tertiary education will be applied to advance the delivery of goods and services aimed at industrializing and modernizing Zimbabwe. We have put in place a model for funding research and development that ends up in the innovation hub and then the industrial park. This model involves funding research and development activities that bring solutions to issues of national importance and that may lead to new products and services with the capacity to industrialize and modernize Zimbabwe. So if you are doing useful things, we'll give you money. And that one I can assure you. Ndakanovona mari iriko. Iriko. I know you wonder, but iriko. If you combine that money with brains, you can do a lot. Let me take this opportunity, ladies and gentlemen, to make this announcement. I pronounce that we are going to give the University of Zimbabwe, which you might administer through the Challenge Fund, $2.5 million. That we are going to give the University of Zimbabwe $2.5 million that we are awarding as government to support research in Africa's future grains project. It means we no longer want to talk about small grains. So you can look at it from all angles, biotechnology, engineering, arts, whatever, all those things, how we can make Zimbabwe food self-sufficient through research. And there's going to be more. This one, you are going to get it before the end of August. In this research, we shall support research and innovation from agronomy to value addition in rapoko, millet, sorghum, and other grains of Zimbabwean origin for purposes of industrialization. I'm expecting the transfer of this support this month of August 2019. Maybe because now we have a structure, we say we put it through the Vice Chancellor's Challenge Fund. You have a structure. Because some people say, I have no water. I have no water, but they go to the well. When they get to that well, they come back with water, without water, because they don't have a bucket to fetch it. If I say I want to give you money, what structure do you have to utilize that money? Now you have a structure, 1, innovation hub, 2, the Vice Chancellor's Challenge Fund. Done. This is in line with making innovation hubs operational. I remember when I was, I still remember very well, when I just been called to government, we will be making these statements, and people will be writing, what air? This, what air? Eh? Anopenga. He talks about things that doesn't exist. Anopenga. And I told you about Totenda Zama, the Suranebins. So we are saying it's time for sincerity, being serious, and we move forward. We have also started a program involving the funding of discipline-based societies. For example, the Physics Society of Zimbabwe, the Geological Society of Zimbabwe, the Space Society of Zimbabwe, the Agricultural Society of Zimbabwe, for at senior academic level and also at student level. Students have to organize themselves, and the only question which they have to answer is, what is the use of your discipline in national development? So you have to demonstrate that you are doing something useful. This we think will revive academic activities that lead to national development. Because now, people have been doing research about which they were given by different agendas, which had nothing to do with this country. So people say, I want this grant to shout at this country. I want this grant to shout at this country. I also want that grant to shout at this country. I also want this grant to find out how poor these people are. And I also found this grant to shout this. No, that time is gone. You can still have that because you have freedom, but this one we are going to sponsor on things that make sense to us. So, we will also set up industrial skills development centers One, for postgraduates, institutes for people without skills, if they want skills, and the other one for people without degrees. So the ones for people with degrees, we call it Industrial Skills Training Institute. For those without degrees and qualifications, we call it Industrial Skills Training Center. We will launch them. We will also launch a program of strategic literature program. Strategic literature means we will give you money to write your books on topical issues with good ideas. We will give you that money. The taste of the pudding is in the eating. I normally like, oh, promises this. We'll give you. But for a programmed thing, we are also going to do an agricultural development program whereby we expect universities to be centers of agro-processing. And then you can take communal farmers as outgrowers for your own industrial parks. Why not? Because we are having the structure of the industrial park. I hear that you have already bought materials for the industrial park. We disbursed 3 million, we also did 3 million to Chinhoyi. And we are going to disburse more money to do things that matter to us. Instead, when we go on the sustainable path, you know, money will come when you plan for it. And when you make sure that the programs that we are doing are indeed very important. So to all researchers, I say, don't follow a path. Go where there is no path and begin the trail. When you start a new trail and you are equipped with courage, and you are equipped with strength, and you are equipped with conviction, the only thing that can stop you is you. The only thing that you can put in a desert and you can survive is a human being. Because they think. A country can never be developed using 5 senses. I repeat that. If 5 senses mattered, even baboons could have towns today. Why do people have towns? Because they have much more than 5 senses. Consciousness. They know. So that is exactly what we are looking at. So we need convinced people. But also there are people who are not convinced. It's also okay. It's their democratic right. But if you stand in front of us when we want to move, then that becomes a crime. That in football they call it obstruction. So what we are talking about is tired people should always go to the terraces, because tiredness is not a crime. It's a body condition. But when you are tired, you make sure that you clear the way. You sit on the terraces. When we win, we'll call you for celebration. And you also eat because you have a right to exist. As long as, I want to tell you, there is life. Life, every organism, everyone has life. The only difference is style. Lifestyle. Our styles are now development oriented. Not the style of saying we don't have this. Like, I say to people who say lack of. I don't like that language anymore. We lack. All those who lack will lack and lack. Because you go in the direction of your thought, isn't it? You lack, lack is a group, we didn't eat anything. You will never eat anything if you have that spirit. So we are saying we are moving forward. And I know, you know why I'm so confident? I'm confident that I'm speaking on behalf of my fellow academics. Because we've been sidelined for too long. We believe it's our time. Because we have a president who completely believes that intellectuals will do it for this country. In this regard, our Education 5.0 is a new path, and we have a conviction that we do not want to stop ourselves. My colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, enthusiasm is one of the most powerful engines for success. When you do research, do it with all your might. Put your soul into it. Stamp it with your own personality. Be active. Be energetic. Be enthusiastic. Faithful. And you will accomplish your object. Nothing great was ever achieved without enthusiasm. UZ must be enthusiastic. With these remarks, ladies and gentlemen, my colleagues, it is my pleasure now to declare the 2019 University of Zimbabwe Research Week officially closed. God bless you all. God bless Zimbabwe. Congratulations.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. I'm going to call upon the Vice Chairperson of the University of Zimbabwe Council, Mrs. Mzite, to come and give us a vote of thanks. But as she is coming, before she comes, we would want to thank our Honorable Minister. There's no way we can thank you sufficiently, particularly when you have just availed $2.5 million. But we've got a token of appreciation, which I would ask our librarian to hand over to you. Token of appreciation for the University of Zimbabwe.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, our Vice Chairperson of our University Council.
Good afternoon. Honorable Minister, Professor Dr. Edmund Mugwira, our Vice Chancellor, Professor Mapfumo. Let me shorten the process and say all protocols observed. You have heard that all good things come to an end. Having been listening to the Honorable Professor Dr. Mugwira, I say excellency lives on. So, what I mean is the Research Week has been officially closed, but it was excellence personified. So it lives on. It lives on because His Excellency the President, Comrade Dr. E.D. Mnangagwa, has made the clarion call to universities. He has repeated the clarion call on several occasions for universities to lead, for universities to measure up, for universities to claim relevance. He has supported his clarion call by always being present when we invite him. We thank him. Then he picked, I believe carefully, one of you academicians to speak on your behalf. And he listened carefully to the clarion call, thought hard, maybe consulted some of you, and then using his tons of energy, commitment, he gave direction. And I tell you, don't want to be in his way. He has given us a clear direction with lots of his own energy to chart a path. He has gone where there was no path. We thank you, Honorable Minister. The Vice Chancellor also, in his turn, he then listened to the direction, and definitely 2 feet may not form a path in short time. So the Vice Chancellor, who is a professor, vanoziva nokugona, realized that the University of Zimbabwe, in fact together with other universities, were lions in a den. So the University of Zimbabwe is the bull lion leading Kupaza. Thank you, Professor. We now have 2.5 million. Mamillion nokurauza. So we thank you for your leadership. We are indeed privileged as the University of Zimbabwe councillors to be the radar for the university. We will use the privilege to good measure. Councillors who have been here to support the process, I thank you. Pro-Vice Chancellors, a lot of weight is on your shoulders. You are the foot soldiers for all the leadership I have been mentioning, but you have shown that you are made of sterner staff. We thank you. Executive directors, the registrar, the SAR, librarian, deans, and senior assistant registrars, directors of institutes, and chairpersons of departments. You have been central in making this research week a success, and indeed the life of the University of Zimbabwe a success that is, and the weight of the strategic plan which was launched by His Excellency the President rests on your shoulders. We thank you. Judges of all the awards that were given, we thank you for containing your bias. We thank you for having your evaluative cap, and that we actually had a celebration as part of the Research Week, which is to showcase the hard work of all researchers. We thank you. Rapporteurs, chairpersons of sessions, information directorate, We thank you for the proceedings, and we thank you for beaming what was going on to the rest of the world. I heard with my own ears that it's even now on YouTube. We are in a global village indeed. Thank you. Service departments. You heard the Honorable Minister saying everyone has to eat, and that only occurs when all service systems are working. We thank you so much. The Department of Accommodation, Catering, Publications and Reprographic Units, Information Technology Unit, we thank you. My thanks would not be complete without taking a peek into the future which was actually recognized by being given the bigger awards. These are the students and the upcoming researchers, and even those coming from high school. We give you a heartfelt thank you. Researchers, the procurement manager, ushers, both for students and for VIPs, we thank you. I now wish to ask some among us to stand up because they were burning the midnight oil. They had a lot of, is it that which gives you activity? Forget the term now. Adrenaline. Yes, they spend a lot of that. Mrs. Ngube, please stand up. Mrs. Ngube?
She's still working.
They're still working. Oh dear. Joylyn, Eugene, Rumbi, Professor Jiri. May they come in, please, as they are called. Professor Chifamba and perhaps Dr. Wakwete may assist them to come in. Diana, Alpha, and Shumi. These distinguished ladies and gentlemen, they have made this week the success that it is. We thank you very much. And all of you who have made time to be here, and anyone who might have been skipped by the computer, still our heartfelt thanks goes to you, including the Director of Ceremonies, whom I must say with my experience of the University of Zimbabwe, if I see a different Director of Ceremonies, I'll first wonder what has happened to the official one.
You are so kind, Mrs. Msiti. Thank you very much. This brings us to the end of the Research Week. Just a few reminders. Our exhibitions are still on. So exhibitors, please, tomorrow as it hits 12 o'clock, yes, you can do whatever you want with the exhibits. But for now, if you can just accommodate us, for all of us, bring a friend, bring a son, bring a daughter, bring a grandson, bring someone tomorrow. Let's make people inspired by the exhibitions which we have. So our exhibitions are still there. today up to the end of the day, and tomorrow up to midday. At this juncture, I think we can all go for lunch. Lunch is set. Thank you.